Chapter 25:20. At this time, the city was still very calm. The news from the volcanic crater had not yet arrived. Yi Shiwen found the ancestral land of the Ice Spirit clan very smoothly. After explaining the purpose of his visit, Yi Shiwen was quickly welcomed into the ancestral land of the Ice Spirit clan. However, Yi Shiwen didn't see the patriarch of the Ice Spirit clan. However, he didn't care. The Ice Spirit clan didn't go back on their words. After Yi Shiwen handed over the purple-blue lotus flame, they smoothly obtained the cold soul ice heart. Yi Shiwen heaved a sigh of relief. This matter had been full of twists and turns. But this time, there were no more unexpected problems. He did not stop and quickly flew out of the city. This matter had caused too much waves. He was afraid that they would soon send back news. At that time, there might be some unexpected problems. Now he just wanted to find a quiet place to be a handsome man. Oh no, to find a quiet place to break through to the late stage of the eternal realm. That way, his strength would once again rise to another level. Unless he encountered the monsters and evildoers from the last time the Emperor's Road opened, he would basically have nothing to fear. Yi Shiwen, you made it easy for me to find you. Suddenly, a cold voice came from the void, and a colorful stripe suddenly jumped out of the void and directly smashed towards Yi Shiwen's head. Swish! At the critical moment, Yi Shiwen stamped his feet and his body flew backward, hundreds of miles away. Boom! The place where he was just standing had been blown into pieces, setting off a terrifying storm. This terrifying change quickly caused a commotion in the Ice Spirit City, thousands of miles away. This attack was really terrifying. The whole ground was shaking violently, as if it had just experienced a nuclear explosion. What's going on? What the hell happened? Many divine senses swept out instantly, wanting to find out what exactly happened. A strand of hair in front of Yi Shiwen's forehead was broken and fell. Although he moved horizontally at the critical moment, he was still almost hit. A terrifying cold feeling suddenly rushed through his whole body. There was a violent tremor in the void, and a young man slowly walked out of the void. His pace was slow, but it was fast to the peak. In an instant, he had already arrived in front of Yi Shiwen. Wu Zimo! Yi Shiwen slowly spat out this name. Although he had never seen this person before, his appearance was 70 to 80% similar to Wu Ziyu, so it was not difficult to distinguish him. Wu Zimo's face was chiseled like a stone sculpture. His eyes were exceptionally sharp, as though stone blades were shooting out from them. His figure was tall and straight, and he was handsome. As soon as he appeared, he gave Yi Shiwen a huge sense of oppression. Compared to Wu Ziyu, Yi Shiwen did not know how many times stronger he was. Very good, you still know my name. Wu Zimo faintly smiled. There was a hint of playfulness in his smile. He looked at Yi Shiwen as if he was a cat chasing after a mouse. This kind of feeling made Yi Shiwen extremely uncomfortable, but there was nothing he could do. The name Wu Zimo represented the top powerhouse in the Kurfürst Road. In the Kurfürst Road, he was almost invincible. I also want to see who on earth is so daring. Wu Zimo smiled slightly, and there was a hint of killing intent in his voice. The spiritual force that was probing out of the Ice Soul City also went silent instantly. Wu Zimo's name seemed to have some sort of magical power that was able to intimidate everyone. This represented the top powerhouse in the entire Kurfürst Road. In the entire Ice Soul City, the only one who could compete with this person was probably the patriarch of the Ice Soul clan. For him, the others were just playthings. It was not difficult to kill them directly. Wu Zimo, how can it be him? Why is he in the lower heaven instead of looking for the opportunity to become a martial emperor in the upper heaven? Someone exclaimed and asked. Most of the foreign powerhouses were concentrated in the upper heaven. On the contrary, the native powerhouses did not look for the so-called opportunity to become a martial emperor, because it had nothing to do with them. They could not even become kings. let alone become a martial emperor. This was a very cruel fact, but there was no way to ignore it. I seem to have heard him say something about Yi Shiwen just now. Could it be that Yi Shiwen? That's right, it's that peerless genius from the Hidden Valley, Yi Shiwen. Hiss, another extraordinary person. No wonder Wu Zimo actually left the upper heaven. It is said that this Yi Shiwen not only almost killed Wu Ziyu, but also injured Wu Zimo. This matter caused a lot of uproar 100 years ago. He should be here to settle the score. At that time, the matter of Yi Shiwen almost killing Wu Ziyu was also very big. Many people were very clear about it, so they were not unfamiliar with it, especially after Yi Shiwen was frequently chased after and eventually escaped, which made his matter even more legendary. Now that I look at it, he doesn't have 3 heads and 6 arms. It seems that he is just particularly daring. Wu Zimo said with a faint smile. Yi Shiwen's mind was calculating countless possible escape plans, but his face did not change as he said, "You are here for that trash, Wu Ziyu?" Wu Zimo's expression stiffened. His expression instantly turned fierce for a moment, and then returned to calm. He only said with a faint smile, "Originally, I used you as a whetstone. When his cultivation is successful, he will personally kill you and cut off his inner demon. His cultivation will also be able to go further, but what? But I regret it now." Wu Zimo said with a cold smile, "You are only in the eternal realm, but you can already cause so much trouble. If I let you grow, how bad would it be? So I plan to personally kill you." Yi Shiwen was startled. He did not expect Wu Zimo to actually say this matter. At his cultivation level, to be able to say such words was indeed shameless to a certain extent. Sure enough, there was a saying that if one wanted to survive in this world, there was only one secret, and that was to be shameless, then be shameless, and then persist in being shameless. You are afraid that he is not my opponent, right? You also have no confidence in him, Yi Shiwen said to provoke him. Yeah, I'm really worried about that. Wu Zimo smiled slightly. And didn't you say that you want to surpass me? If this really happens, wouldn't I fail miserably? Do you think I will let this happen? No one can predict what will happen in the future. So the best way is to strangle the source of this uneasiness. Then there will be no future to speak of, and I won't have to worry. Wu Zimo just said this matter very indifferently. Everyone was collectively speechless. This matter was indeed like this. If it was them, they would also strangle the strong enemy in the cradle, but there were only a few who could say it in such a dignified manner. A man lives with a face, and a tree lives with a bark. When one cultivated to the level of Tao, what could he not have? His lifespan was even more eternal. Wasn't it just a face? But this made Wu Zimo even more terrifying. To others, he did not care at all about the things that were the most stubborn. In other words, he did not have such weaknesses, which made him even more difficult to deal with. As the saying went, a shameless person was invincible. What was even more terrifying was that when a top expert was shameless, what in the world could stop them? But what surprised everyone even more was that Yi Shiwen really had such great potential that even Wu Zimo, who was now at the peak of the sage realm and could break into the king-ranked realm at any time, was so wary of him. One had to know that Yi Shiwen was not even in the sage realm. The difference between the two of them could be said to be worlds apart, a full realm apart. He had improved now, but wasn't Wu Zimo also improving? What was the reason that made him so afraid? Such a vicious heart. Yi Shiwen looked coldly at Wu Zimo. Although Wu Ziyu was considered strong, he was more arrogant and domineering. This kind of person was difficult to deal with, but in reality it was also very easy to deal with. But Wu Zimo was different. This kind of person was determined, and he was shameless. He insisted on being shameless. In order to kill a possible danger, he had actually killed his way back from the upper heavens to find trouble with Yi Shiwen, instead of sending people to kill him as originally thought. In other words, this also meant that Wu Zimo had already regarded Yi Shiwen as a great threat, and he had to deal with him personally. He could not let others do it. Yi Shiwen did not know whether to cry or laugh about this. But there was no doubt that being targeted by a top figure on the path of choosing emperor would be a disaster. In the past few decades, none of the people I sent could kill you. In order to prevent the problem from getting worse, I came personally. It took me a long time to find you. Did you know that in order to divine your whereabouts, I had to kill a total of 99 ferocious beasts at the peak of the Sage Realm as a blood sacrifice to finally divine your whereabouts? You must have some kind of divine artifact on you that can hide the secrets of heaven. No wonder after so many years, other than those who were lucky enough to meet you, no one could divine your whereabouts. Wu Zimo looked at Yi Shiwen with bright eyes. But what exactly is it? I'm also very curious. What should I do? Should I hand it over? When everyone heard this, they almost fainted from suffocation. 99 ferocious beasts at the peak of the Sage Realm. That was a terrifying level. It should be known that the Ice Spirit Clan's leader in Ice Soul City was only an expert at the peak of the Sage Realm. Wu Zimo had actually killed 99 in one go, just to divine Yi Shiwen's whereabouts. Such a large scale was simply unimaginable. Previously, everyone had thought that the Ice Spirit Clan's leader was on par with him, but now that they thought about it, they were wrong and very wrong. As long as he wanted to, he could probably flatten Ice Soul City by himself. Chapter 25-21. Everyone knew how terrifying Wu Zimo was. He was someone who had slaughtered 99 ferocious beasts at the pinnacle of the Sage Realm in order to find Yi Shiwen. It would have been a piece of cake for him to flatten Ice Soul City. It was only then that they realized how big the gap was between an ordinary pinnacle of the Sage Plane and a true genius. Even if the 99 beasts were not killed at the same time, it was still terrifying. If gods of the same level were evenly matched, it was normal for them to fight for hundreds or even thousands of years. If Yi Shiwen was a genius who had yet to grow up and might become a genius in the future, then Wu Zimo was a real genius, a terrifying genius who had already grown up. Many people kept quiet out of fear. Even if it was just divine thoughts, they were afraid of angering this terrifying and shameless monster. If he could go to such lengths to kill Yi Shiwen, then it was not impossible for him to kill them all. However, everyone was also very curious about the celestial tool on Yi Shiwen's body that could conceal the secrets of heaven. One must know that although the gods to a certain extent jumped out of the 3 realms and did not belong to the 5 elements, but if they encountered a top master and wanted to calculate, there was still a way. Wu Zimo's strength was so much stronger than Yi Shiwen's. Even if he did not specialize in this, it would not be too difficult for him to divine Yi Shiwen's whereabouts. However, the truth was that he had killed 99 vicious beasts at the pinnacle of the Sage Plane and used the blood of the vicious beasts as a blood sacrifice to barely deduce Yi Shiwen's whereabouts. Such an ability could no longer be explained by ordinary circumstances. But no matter what, you still managed to divine it, didn't you? It seems that I was still too careless. Yi Shiwen said plainly. He did not ask why, because he knew very well what the problem was. The ritual implement he had that could conceal the secrets of heaven was naturally the Tianyuan mirror. No matter how strong Wu Zimo was, it was still very difficult for him to divine the whereabouts of an emperor-level ritual implement. But this time he was able to divine it. It must have something to do with the Tianyuan mirror suppressing the Sword of Avicii. If the Sword of Avicii had been controlled by someone, the Tianyuan mirror might not have been able to suppress it. If the Tianyuan mirror blocked out his aura, even a top-notch king-ranked formidable martial artist would suffer a backlash if he tried to locate Jiang Yi. They would have to pay an unbearable price to do so. It was not just the blood of 99 beasts at the pinnacle of the Sage Plane that could be calculated. Otherwise, he would have died a long time ago, and it would have been calculated in minutes. There were pros and cons to this matter, but it was impossible for him to give up on the Avicii sword. However, this incident also gave him a wake-up call. All these years, Tianyuan mirror had helped him to conceal the secrets of heaven. He had been too lax. If he had deliberately paid attention, he wouldn't have been found so easily. However, In the eyes of others, this was already a huge price to pay. For him, this price was still too small. Do you think this is just carelessness? It seems that you still don't know how big the difference in strength between you and me is. If I want to kill you, it won't take much effort at all. Wu Zimo said with a cold smile. However, it has been a long time since anyone dared to provoke me, and it has been a long time since anyone dared to disobey me. That's why I am telling you more. But in the end, your ending will not change at all. Yi Shiwen was too lazy to explain about the Tianyuan mirror to him. If you want my power implement, then come and try it yourself. Yi Shiwen said indifferently. Fine, I don't want to say anything more to you. Wu Zimo smiled faintly. This time you will have to pay for the time I wasted because of you. So, obediently accept your death. Wu Zimo's voice had barely faded when Yi Shiwen suddenly discovered that his entire body had been covered with stone energy. This stone energy was like a waterfall and had instantly wrapped around his body. The stone chi was still trying to invade his body, petrifying him. So strong, when did the stone chi penetrate into our body? We didn't even notice it at all. Not only Yi Shiwen, but the others were also shocked by this move. Because, without any warning, Yi Shiwen was about to be petrified. Yi Shiwen's legs were completely petrified, and his hands were also petrified little by little. The speed of the stone chi was too fast, and it did not give anyone any chance to react. Clang! A sword appeared in Wu Zimo's hand. The sword was engraved with simple patterns, and it was constantly emitting stone chi. The sword in the stone was also a sword in the stone. It should be said that the first one to be called the sword in the stone was Wu Zimo's. Legend had it that Wu Zimo was born with this sword in the stone in his arms. Legend had it that this was a treasured sword that chose the ruler of the world. The person who was born with the stone sword in his arms was destined to be a king. The reason why Wu Zimo was able to make such a big name during the opening of the Emperor's Road was not unrelated to the legend of the stone sword. In ancient times, there was a mighty person who was born with the stone sword in his arms. Later, he became a peerless figure. Although he died, his legend was immortal. Therefore, some people said that the Wu brothers, Wu Zimo and Wu Ziyu, were actually living beings born from the body of that great figure. That immortal stone itself was the body of that great figure after he became immortal. Yi Shiwen, don't compare my strength with my brothers, and don't underestimate our clan. Take your regret and repentance and go to hell. Wu Zimo grabbed the stone sword, and his expression instantly became ferocious. He took a step forward and stabbed towards Yi Shiwen's head. His speed was not fast because it did not need to be fast at all. This sword was enough to take Yi Shiwen's life. Yi Shiwen's legs and hands were already eroded by the stone chi, and he could not move. Moreover, the range of the stone chi's erosion was getting bigger and bigger. He almost looked like he was about to become a stone statue, a perfect work of art. Clang! The sword light was already close to Yi Shiwen's forehead, and instantly broke his body protection thunder armor. Blood flowed down from the middle of his forehead. It's over. This Yi Shiwen is finished. Am I really going to witness the fall of a peerless evildoer? Sigh, another peerless evildoer who is going to die before he matures. There are too many people like this, and they have already offended people they can't afford to offend before they matured. However, if such people are not arrogant and domineering, how can they live up to their talent? Bang! Suddenly, there was a huge explosion, and the stone chi on Yi Shiwen's body suddenly shattered. His petrified body also returned to normal in an instant, and inexhaustible thunderbolts twined around his body, making him look like a thunder god of war. Whoosh! A pair of light wings suddenly appeared behind Yi Shiwen, and his whole body blended into the void as if he had teleported. In the blink of an eye, he appeared thousands of miles away and barely avoided the sharp sword light. Within a range of thousands of miles, the stone chi turned the world into a world of stone, completely petrified. Yi Shiwen's back was soaked in cold sweat. His throat rolled a bit and he swallowed a mouthful of saliva. It was really too dangerous a moment ago. If he hadn't unfolded his devil wings at the critical moment, then his head would have been pierced by that sword. Judging by his current cultivation and Wu Zimo's strength, it was almost certain that he would die. Oh, you actually have the strength to break free. You are indeed not simple, Wu Zimo said faintly. He did not change because Yi Shiwen was able to break free from his stone chi, and it could even be said that he was not moved at all. He was now like a cat playing with a mouse. In his eyes, there was no way that Yi Shiwen could escape, and it was nothing more than a little more trouble. It seems that coming to kill you, personally, was the right decision. If it were anyone else, I'm afraid that you would have escaped. Even if you were at the peak of the Sage Realm, you would still have a way to escape, Wu Zimo said with a cold smile. He was even more convinced of his own thoughts. But what about the instrument that you used to injure me? What is it? I want to see it too, Wu Zimo said faintly. To him, this was like a thorn. Although he had only transferred a small portion of his power, he was still hurt. This was something that couldn't be avoided. You want to see it? Go to hell and see it. Yi Shiwen laughed. The 10,000 spell roulette was his trump card, and naturally he would not use it casually. I don't need to see to know that it must consume a lot of energy, and it can't be used at any time. It's such a waste to have a master like you. I should be the one to unleash its full power, Wu Zimo said faintly. But this time will you be able to avoid it? Before he finished speaking, Yi Shiwen suddenly realized that Wu Zimo had disappeared from afar. When he reappeared, he was already less than 3 feet away from him. The stone sword in his hand had already burst out with a shocking light, and the surrounding space had all been petrified. Bang! His sword light pierced through everything and swept towards Yi Shiwen. At the critical moment, Yi Shiwen's light wings protected him and bore most of the power. It was instantly smashed into pieces, and the remaining power bombarded Yi Shiwen's body. Ah! Yi Shiwen spat out a mouthful of blood, and his whole body was sent flying. His whole body showed signs of cracking. Damn it! How can he be so strong? Although Yi Shiwen was sent flying, his mind was still clear. Wu Zimo's strength had far exceeded his calculations. Previously, he had also been surrounded by a peak of the Sage Realm, but compared to Wu Zimo, that expert was like heaven and earth. The difference was dozens of times, and it could not be calculated with logic. However, he did not give up. In an instant, thousands of schemes and methods turned in his mind. Chapter 25-22. There was a loud sound of friction as Yi Shiwen's legs dragged 2 huge cracks on the ground. The power of thunder and stone collided everywhere. When Yi Shiwen faced Wu Ziyu, he easily crushed him by relying on his thousands of years of accumulation. He wasn't afraid of anyone in this generation, but when facing those monstrous geniuses from the previous generation or even countless years ago, Yi Shiwen's weakness of insufficient cultivation time was exposed. If he had enough time, he would sooner or later reach Wu Zimo's level, and even surpass Wu Zimo wouldn't be empty talk. But now, Wu Zimo wouldn't give him so much time and wanted to strangle him. Everyone was horrified to find that cracks had appeared on the surface of Yi Shiwen's skin, and blood was flowing out. His whole body looked like a golden blood man. Where's your strength? That magic tool of yours that can injure me? Wu Zimo's expression began to turn slightly sinister. He was far from being as indifferent as he appeared to be when he was injured by Yi Shiwen last time. To him, this was a great humiliation, a humiliation that he had never experienced before. There were very few people in the same generation who could injure him, not to mention a junior from another generation. Swish! In an instant, he had already rushed in front of Yi Shiwen and directly broke through the barrier of space. Didn't you want to see? Let me show you something. Yi Shiwen roared loudly. He didn't know when, but a long sword had appeared in his hand, and a terrifying evil aura instantly erupted from his body. It directly soared into the sky. This terrifying evil energy even affected Wu Zimo, who had just rushed over and was caught unprepared. He couldn't even react for a moment. The corners of Yi Shiwen's mouth slightly rose. He knew very well how terrifying the evil energy of this Avicii sword was. When he first obtained it, he also suffered a huge loss. In the end, he didn't choose to use the 10,000 method roulette. Although he had exposed another trump card, he had no other choice now. He wanted to fight for the moment when the evil energy of the Avicii sword erupted. Pucci! The sword of Avicii pierced into Wu Zimo's body. Wu Zimo was an immortal fetus born from the immortal stone. He was born with an extraordinary body. However, under the sword light of the sword of Avicii, it was useless. It pierced through him like paper. Wu Zimo's blood splashed out and was swallowed by the Avicii sword. Yes, Yi Shiwen had clearly seen that the Avicii sword had swallowed Wu Zimo's blood. Wu Zimo's cultivation was also devoured crazily. In just an instant, 10,000 years of cultivation was devoured. Bang! Yi Shiwen was sent flying on the spot. Although Wu Zimo had fallen into Yi Shiwen's trap and was seriously injured, his terrifying strength as a sage at the peak of the sage plane still burst out at this time, sending Yi Shiwen flying. Fresh blood spurted out in all directions as the Avicii sword was drawn out. Roar! Wu Zimo roared. He was about to go crazy. His eyes were scarlet red like a ferocious beast. Most of them were affected by the Avicii sword, while the rest were due to anger, extreme anger. He was about to go crazy. He had not been able to catch Yi Shiwen this time, and he had even taken the opportunity to seriously injure him. He had been emphasizing that he would not fail miserably. In fact, in order not to fail miserably, he had traveled thousands of miles to personally come and kill Yi Shiwen. But he still failed miserably. This was not a small matter. The sword of Avicii had almost swallowed up 10,000 years of his power. He did not dare to imagine that if this continued, his power and blood essence would be sucked dry by the strange and ominous sword until he died. One sword had seriously injured him. What is that? What is that sword? Oh my God, it's going to be sensational. It's going to be sensational. Wu Zimo was seriously injured by Yi Shiwen. The crowd was completely dumbfounded. They could not believe it. If it were the other way around, things would seem to be natural, but to them, the most unbelievable thing had happened. Wu Zimo had been so confident in winning the battle, but such a huge mistake had appeared. Even a blind man could see from that sword just now that Wu Zimo had been seriously injured. Just one sword had seriously injured Wu Zimo. That was definitely not Yi Shiwen's own strength. What was that sword? Yi Shiwen's movements were too fast, so they could not see clearly what kind of sword it was. They only knew that it was definitely not an ordinary sword. It was too terrifying, too frightening. On the other side, Yi Shiwen took advantage of the force of the explosion and directly turned into a streamer to escape. Although he had seriously injured Wu Zimo with the Avicii sword, he still could not deal with him. That sword had already exhausted his spiritual power. In addition, he was also seriously injured, so he did not dare to use the Avicii sword too much. Otherwise, he might be controlled by that evil energy and eventually be sucked dry. Wu Zimo was also seriously injured by the Avicii sword, so he did not have the ability to chase after Yi Shiwen. He could only watch helplessly as Yi Shiwen escaped. Yi Shiwen. Only Wu Zimo's loud roar could be heard in the sky. News of this battle spread like wildfire through the mouths of some people. Anything that was related to these monstrous geniuses would become a hot topic for everyone. Furthermore, it was such a huge matter. Wu Zimo was seriously injured, and not by other famous monsters, but by Yi Shiwen of the new generation. Once this news was confirmed, it quickly spread throughout the entire Kurfürst Road. Wu Zimo was extremely strong, so naturally he had offended many people. There were many people who did not like him, and there were many monsters among these people. They were not afraid of Wu Zimo, so they quickly began to spread this news. At that time, there were too many people who witnessed it, and Wu Zimo left in a hurry to heal his injuries after that. He did not have the time to kill people to silence them, so the credibility of this news was quickly confirmed. For a time, the world was instantly shocked. Wu Zimo was actually seriously injured, and he is even a newly rising junior. Is this for real? This is too terrifying. How on earth does that person have such ability? It is said that there seems to be a kind of superb grade magic tool that finally injured Wu Zimo. If only I could get my hands on this supreme grade magic artifact. Then, wouldn't I also have the ability to challenge those monstrous geniuses? When this news shocked the Kurfürst Road and Wu Zimo was slandered by many people, the name Yixuan also became a well-known existence along with the continuous fermentation of this matter. Even some of the peerless evildoers in the upper heavens had heard of this name. Some of the evildoers from the forces that were on good terms with the Hidden Valley even publicly expressed that they were very optimistic about Yi Shiwen's future development potential and hoped that he would be ranked among their ranks in the future. For those monsters, this was already the highest evaluation because with their arrogance, it was absolutely impossible for them to think that anyone could surpass them, not to mention that it was only a junior with potential. Even this could be considered as giving face, and it was not necessarily without the intention of slapping Wu Zimo's face. After all, the higher they praised Yixuan, the more they could slap Wu Zimo's face. In these praises, Yi Shiwen was almost regarded as the #1 expert of the present age, at least among the monstrous talents that appeared in the past 100,000 years. No one could match him. Naturally, there were people who could not stand such praises, and it caused some backlash. Many people said that Yi Shiwen was just exaggerating, that he was not that strong, and that it was just a sneak attack at that time. There were even many people who planned to show their strength in the Kurfürst Road express their dissatisfaction and publicly challenge Yi Shiwen, pushing the frenzy caused by this rumor to another higher level. Among these rumors, there was a rumor that was mixed in. It was inconspicuous at first, but it soon became the mainstream rumor. That was the speculation about Yi Shiwen's sword. It was a top-grade divine tool that could seriously injure an evildoer. This rumor was enough to drive countless people completely crazy. In this Kurfürst Road, these monsters were almost the strongest, and having a magic tool that could seriously injure them meant that to a certain extent he was already in the ranks of the strongest, or at least had the capital to challenge them. In these rumors, in the beginning, the rumor said that Yi Shiwen only sneak attacked Wu Zimo and caught him off guard, but it soon evolved into Yi Shiwen relying on this superb, grade magic tool to confront Wu Zimo head-on, and in the end he seriously injured him, and Wu Zimo escaped with serious injuries. This caused many people to be eager to find Yi Shiwen's whereabouts and seize the legendary magic tool. Moreover, according to the rumor, Yi Shiwen was also seriously injured, so their chances were very high. Even if he was not injured, they could not care less. A supreme grade divine artifact was a very precious ritual implement. It could be said that many people had never seen a supreme grade divine artifact in their entire lives, but that did not stop them from yearning for it. If they were able to use it correctly, it could indeed produce a powerful effect that would allow imperishable plane cultivators to fight sage plane cultivators. But what they did not know was that the sword of Avicii that Yi Shiwen obtained was a double-edged sword, and the vicious aura on it was unknown how many creatures it had slaughtered to form the current level of vicious aura. But under the spread of this rumor, more and more people spontaneously came to look for Yi Shiwen, hoping to obtain the legendary superb grade magic tool. This was exactly what some people wanted. It wasn't hard to guess the sinister intentions of the person behind the spreading of this rumor. Those gods might be perverse, violent, and rash, but they weren't fools. Naturally, they could see through it. But the most powerful part of this rumor was that even if they knew that someone was behind it, it did not stop them from going to look for Yi Shiwen. Just the fact that it was a superb grade magic tool was enough to make everyone crazy. Chapter 25-23 If news of a supreme-grade divine artifact spread to the outside world, even some titled kings would be tempted. Many titled kings were unable to refine a supreme-grade divine artifact. This was because the materials needed to refine a supreme-grade divine artifact were too difficult to find. Many titled kings had searched for hundreds of thousands of years and still could not find the materials they needed. Choosing to refine someone else's supreme-grade divine artifact was the fastest way. For martial artists who were not titled kings, this was a temptation that was hard to resist. However, Yi Shiwen seemed to have disappeared after that. They couldn't calculate Yi Shiwen's position no matter how hard they tried. It seemed as if they had learned their lesson from last time and had strengthened their concealment of heaven's secrets. Gods themselves were beyond the 3 realms and did not belong to the 5 elements. If they wanted to hide, it was very difficult for others to calculate their location. What's more, as everyone knew, Yi Shiwen had a treasure that could hide from heaven's secrets. It was too difficult to calculate him. At this time, Yi Shiwen did not know that because of the Avicii sword, there were rumors everywhere in the outside world that he had a supreme-grade, divine artifact. However, even if he knew, he would not care too much. From the moment he used the Avicii sword, he had already prepared himself for this. Sooner or later, people would know about it. A supreme-grade divine artifact was indeed very eye-catching. The only thing he could do was to increase his strength as quickly as possible. In front of him, there were countless towering trees with dense foliage. Even the sunlight could not shine in. Only scattered light spots shone in this dark forest. Beyond 1,000 miles, he could no longer detect anything. Even when he opened his eye of salvation, he could not see through this dense fog. To be more accurate, Yi Shiwen was now lost. After escaping from Wu Zimo, he had mistakenly entered this forest. In the end, he was completely lost. To a god, this was simply a miracle. He had not been lost for many years. People who were lost were usually people whose cerebellum was not well developed. Their spatial perception was poor. This was simply impossible for a god with a perfect body. As long as they had been to a place, they would never forget it for the rest of their lives. However, the truth was that he was indeed lost. There was no way to explain it. He was indeed lost. It should be said that there was something strange about this forest. It wasn't as simple as just blocking the sunlight. No matter how he flew, he couldn't fly out of this forest. It wasn't that this forest was shockingly large, but that he had been circled in again. After more than half a month, he still couldn't leave this forest, but he also figured out some things. This huge forest was actually a huge maze array. It was unknown when this maze array had been set up. Countless years had passed, but it was still in operation. Moreover, such a huge forest had grown in the place where the maze array had originally been. The trees here were generally more than 10,000 feet tall. In other places, they would already be as tall as a mountain. Perhaps they had been growing for hundreds of thousands of years, or even millions of years. There were many powerful creatures living in the forest, and most of them were at least demigods. Even creatures at the proving way level could be seen from time to time. That was because the forest was a maze and countless spiritual chi was locked within it. As a result, the spiritual energy here was almost 10 times that of other places in the Kurfürst Road. No wonder so many powerful creatures could be bred here. However, these creatures were not a problem for him. The only trouble was that he couldn't get out after he mistakenly entered it. In the past half a month, the injuries on his body caused by the battle with Wu Zimo had also completely healed. Since he couldn't get out, he could only put it aside for the time being and push his cultivation to the peak of the imperishable realm first. With great difficulty, he found a cave in the forest that had been opened at an unknown time. It was extremely old, but usually no powerful creatures would approach it. It was relatively remote. The cave was rugged and grotesque, and it had obviously been formed a long time ago. However, the more Yi Shiwen walked in, the more he found that the space inside was much larger than he had imagined. The deeper he went, the smaller the space was. On the contrary, it was getting bigger and bigger. The inside of the cave was an incomparably huge empty space. It was hundreds of meters high and hundreds of thousands of square meters in size. It was extremely spacious. Although a long time had passed and it had evolved naturally, he could still tell at a glance that this was probably man-made and not something that could evolve naturally. At the other end of the entire cave, there were some scattered bones on the ground. There were also some pieces of machinery. Coupled with some traces, Yi Shiwen was enough to determine that someone had fought here in the past. The corpses were very old, but they were still glistening and emitting golden rays of light. They were deities. The blood that had splashed out hadn't dried up yet. Yi Shiwen could still feel that there was a powerful energy lurking within it. It's a god without a doubt, and I'm afraid it's an extraordinarily powerful god. Yi Shiwen judged. In addition to these scattered skeletons, the mechanical fragments also attracted Yi Shiwen's attention. He picked up a piece and studied it for a while. The divine materials contained in it were extremely difficult to find. They were extraordinary divine materials. In fact, he had never seen or heard of many of them. These mechanical fragments weren't simple. I didn't expect that there would still be people coming here. Suddenly, an incomparably deep voice came from all directions. Who? Yi Shiwen immediately became vigilant, and the power of his whole body was raised to the peak. Don't worry, it's just a remnant soul. A figure floated out of the void, but it was a middle-aged man with an extraordinary temperament. He was wearing simple clothes from an unknown era, and there were 2 golden horns on his forehead. Other than that, he was no different from a human. However, Yi Shiwen was slightly relieved because he could see that this middle-aged man was really just a remnant soul. It should be said that it was a remnant soul, and not in existence like a malicious spirit. Moreover, this middle-aged man's figure was very faint, and he was probably not far from the real annihilation. The soul was far more tenacious than the soul of ordinary people. But in the case of the death of the main body, it could not exist forever. Those remnant souls that had experienced hundreds of thousands of years or even millions of years still existed, not because of an obsession or a breath of hostility, but because they were attached to some kind of divine object. Junior, Yi Shiwen greets Senior. Yi Shiwen saw that the middle-aged man had no malicious intent, so he greeted and said, in any case, this middle-aged man was probably his great senior. The middle-aged man nodded with satisfaction and looked at Yi Shiwen. You didn't immediately interrogate me. You're a good person. Yi Shiwen suddenly felt a little embarrassed, but this kind of thing was not uncommon. If it was another person with evil intentions, seeing that it was just a remnant soul, he would capture him on the spot, torture him day and night, and interrogate him to find out the many unique skills and secrets that he had when he was alive. To living beings that had not achieved Tao, the soul was still a great deterrent, but to a powerhouse of his level it was nothing at all. Meeting is an opportunity. I will give you a little toy, but I hope that you can help me with something. The middle-aged man said, Senior, please tell me. Yi Shiwen said, he had already made up his mind. If it was a particularly difficult matter, he would not put himself in danger for this so-called little toy. It's not a big deal. I hope that you can go to the Divine Puppet sect on my behalf and bring a message to someone. The middle-aged man said lightly, Divine Puppet sect? Yi Shiwen did not have any impression of this sect, but in the boundless universe there were millions of sects. It was normal that he did not know of a sect. If it was just to bring a message, it would be as easy as lifting a finger to him. You haven't heard of it? The middle-aged man looked at Yi Shiwen with some surprise, as if he had never thought that Yi Shiwen would not have heard of it. From his expression, how could Yi Shiwen not guess that the Divine Puppet sect was most likely an illustrious sect? It was very likely that they had reached the point where everyone knew about them. His expression was a little awkward. Did this not make him seem a little ignorant? Forget it. It doesn't matter. The Divine Puppet sect is not a small sect. It should not be difficult for you to find it. so I won't say anything more to you. I want you to bring a message to a woman called Fairy Lingji. Let her forget Zhao Tinquang and start over." The middle-aged man sighed and said with a lonely expression. Yi Shiwen knew that this middle-aged man was most likely Zhao Tinquang, and that Fairy Lingji was most likely his former lover, and his original body was most likely dead. He finally understood why this wisp of divine soul could survive until now. It should be his obsession. However, if Yi Shiwen had not broken in, he would not have lasted for long, and would have disappeared between heaven and earth. No matter how persistent his obsession was, it could not resist the erosion of the laws of heaven and earth. "Senior, are you Zhao Tinquang?" Yi Shiwen asked. "Yes, I am Zhao Tinquang, a person who does not know the immensity of heaven and earth. You should also have come for the opportunity to attain Tao." Zhao Tinquang looked at Yi Shiwen and said. He did not give Yi Shiwen a chance to speak and continued to talk to himself. "Back then, I was like you. I also came with the dream of attaining Tao. I also made a big name for myself, but in the end, I died here. What Tao? It was just an empty dream. I will definitely bring Senior's message." Yi Shiwen nodded with a dignified expression, an indescribable sorrow in his heart. In a sense, this was the same as him, a senior who had set foot on this road of no return, and indeed such a miserable fate. He could not help but feel a kind of sadness for the death of a rabbit. "Well, since I have asked you to do this, I naturally have to pay you. These 2 little toys, I will give them to you. Come with me," Zhao Tinquang said, and flew towards a secret room. Chapter 25-24. Yi Shiwen hurriedly followed and pushed open the door of the secret room. This secret room was not big, only about 100 square meters or so. On both sides of this secret realm there were 2 puppets. One of them looked like a ferocious beast. It was dark all over, more than 3 meters long. It did not look very big, and there were rivets nailed on its body. At first glance, it was a mechanical puppet. The other one had the appearance of a young man. He had a handsome face, but a pair of bone wings. But the 2 puppets gave Yi Shiwen a very different feeling. Although the ferocious beast puppet looked fierce, it did not give him much of a feeling. Instead, it was like a lifeless machine. As for the other young man, his entire body was exuding a kind of terrifying power. Even if he was motionless, there was a kind of invincible power hidden in his body. Soon, Yi Shiwen realized that this puppet was actually a powerhouse who had been captured and transformed into it. You should have guessed it. These 2 puppets are the little toys I wanted to give you. Consider them as a reward. Zhao Tinquang said, "This ferocious beast is called a wild beast. It took me a lot of effort and time to catch him. The peak strength he exerted was no worse than mine at that time, also at the peak of the sage realm." Yi Shiwen suddenly felt like he had picked up a treasure. One could imagine how precious a ferocious beast puppet at the peak of the sage realm would be. Once the news spread, even the kings would be tempted, because it meant that they would have a subordinate at the peak of the sage realm who would not betray them. With such battle prowess, unless he met a kink-and-furred expert, he was practically invincible. However, the energy inside has been used up, so there is no movement now. Although the energy inside has been used up, at least it is still of some value. I will give it to you. If you can find enough energy to replenish it and protect yourself, it will be a good thing in this cursed road. Zhao Tinquang said. Yi Shiwen swallowed a mouthful of saliva and nodded his head vigorously. What did she mean by still having some value? It was simply priceless. Although its energy had been exhausted, but in this day and age, it was easy to collect energy. However, such a tyrannical puppet was very rare. Even if a king sect had one, it would be a treasure and would not be easily taken out. The other one is called the Skeletal Wing King. I believe you have already guessed it. This is a puppet refined by an expert in the past. Moreover, it was a famous king-level expert. Zhao Tian fell down. Yi Shiwen was startled and swallowed a mouthful of saliva. Although he had guessed it when he heard the 3 words Bone Wing King, But when he really heard Zhao Tinquang admit it, he still couldn't help but suck in a breath of cold air. There was naturally no need to mention what kind of status a king conferred expert held in this world. In the current modern era, where sovereign emperors did not appear, there were supreme characters who could control the life and death of everyone in the universe. The birth or death of any titled king would cause a huge commotion in the world. News about them was always something that countless people cared about the most. And now, a king-level expert had been captured and refined into a living puppet. This was such a terrible thing. No wonder so many people did not like this kind of living puppet. If he was made into a puppet, he would also go crazy. Just like those dark sects that refined people into zombies, they would not be liked by people. This was a taboo word everywhere. However, that was only for others. Now, such a powerful puppet might fall into his hands. That was a completely different feeling. If he was just pleasantly surprised before, he was now completely ecstatic. Of course, this was not refined by me. I don't have the ability to capture a titled king-level expert. This is a puppet refined by my master. Later, I insisted on entering the Kurfürst Road. My master had no choice but to bring it along to protect me. He thought that it would be enough to protect me to leave safely. But who would have thought that it would still fall here? Zhao Tinquang sighed and said, but his expression was unusually calm. Everything had happened countless years ago, and he had no choice but to give up. This puppet is not damaged, but its energy has long been exhausted. If you can collect enough energy, it can still burst out the combat power of a titled king-level expert. And don't underestimate it. You are a latecomer, so you may not know it very well. Millions of years ago, this was also a guy who once stirred up endless storms and caused great indignation and resentment. In the end, he was defeated by my master and refined into a puppet. Because your character is not bad, I will give it to you. Otherwise, I would rather let it be covered in dust forever than let it appear in the world. Zhao Tinquang was also very clear about how terrifying a puppet of a titled king-level expert would be, especially a top king-level puppet like the Skeletal Wing King. If its combat power fully broke out, it would not be an exaggeration to say that it could destroy the world. This is the price I have to pay for asking you to do this. Zhao Tinquang said, I am about to disappear. I don't want these two puppets to be covered in dust forever with me. That should not be their fate. They should shine on the battlefield. They are also qualified to do so. Senior, rest assured, I will definitely make good use of them. Yi Shiwen nodded and said, however, he had already begun to calculate in his heart. No matter which one of these two puppets was a big energy hog, he was going to go bankrupt from eating them, especially that Skeletal Wing King. He did not know if his entire net worth would be enough to activate the Skeletal Wing King. Well, I will not say much. It is easy to talk nonsense when people are old. I will teach you the control seals of these two puppets, and then you will be able to control these two puppets. A burst of golden light erupted from Zhao Tinquang's body and directly poured into Yi Shiwen's body. Zhao Tinquang's body, which was already very thin, was now completely invisible. In the next second, Yi Shiwen's eyes had regained their clarity. He had completely memorized the hand gestures of the two seals. By the way, you should have been trapped in this forest for some time. This was originally my closed-door training place, so there is this array, but you don't have to worry. This array has always been maintained by me. If I die, this array will naturally stop, and you will be able to get out soon. Zhao Tinquang's voice was getting smaller and smaller. I really don't want to accept this. I don't want to accept this. I can't even witness someone becoming an emperor. Zhao Tinquang's figure gradually became thinner and gradually disappeared in front of Yi Shiwen's eyes. Even in the cave, Yi Shiwen could feel that the array that was originally suppressing him had suddenly disappeared, so he could not help but feel relieved. Now that the problem of getting out was no longer a problem, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and could focus on the breakthrough. He glanced at these two puppets. Both of them were big energy hogs, and they could not be driven by ordinary energy. In his current body, there were only a few things that could satisfy the requirements of driving these two big guys. One was the sway fire essence. The sway fire essence contained a huge amount of energy. Yi Shiwen was not willing to swallow it, so he kept it. There was also the thunder liquid lake that he had obtained before, but he would definitely not use it because it was the key to delay the spread of death qi on Yi Qianqian's body. At least, he would not use it before he found the reincarnation grass. Then there was the purple-blue lotus flame that he had just obtained. In addition to the cold soul ice heart, he still had 2 more in his hands, enough to support 2 battles. The others were not enough to support, and this was just the wild beast. As for the skeletal wing king, it was not something that Yi Shiwen could do at present. But even so, even if he could not activate it forever, it was undoubtedly a great treasure. Its value was only below Tianyuan mirror and 10,000 spell roulette. But at least the wild beast could still be activated. He had 1 more trump card, a trump card that could really contend against the peak of Eternal Realm. A blood light flashed, and Tianyuan mirror had already absorbed the 2 puppets into it. He did not leave. This was the place where Zhao Tianquang did his closed-door training in the past, and it was indeed a good place for closed-door training. He wanted to push his cultivation to the peak of Eternal Realm in one go. He sat down cross-legged and directly swallowed the cold soul ice heart. Yi Shiwen's entire body was almost frozen by the sudden eruption of terrifying cold energy. The cold soul ice heart was a divine object that could be formed in millions of years. One could well imagine how terrifying the cold energy contained in it was. Voila! In Yi Shiwen's body, Nanmingli fire quickly jumped out, dispersing this chill. After withstanding this burst of chill, the surging energy swept out, rushing into Yi Shiwen's limbs and bones, and completely integrated into it little by little. Yi Shiwen had already climbed to the pinnacle of the realm, but now the barrier began to shake and began to break apart inch by inch. Under the scouring of this endless energy, the originally solid barrier finally began to shake little by little and began to crumble under the impact of the impact. Time passed in this kind of constant hard work. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed in the blink of an eye. Yi Shiwen, who had been motionless for 10 years, suddenly opened his eyes. Something in his body seemed to have broken, and even a huge explosion could be heard in his body. Boom! A soaring momentum soared into the sky, directly penetrating the 9 heavens, forming a terrible beam of light that could be seen even thousands of miles away. But after a while, this beam of air disappeared without a trace, as if it had never appeared. Finally reached the late stage of Eternal Realm. Next, as long as the remaining energy of the cold soul ice heart is completely digested, I can really practice the Eternal Realm to the great perfection, and then condense the divine kingdom. I can naturally practice to the sage realm. Yi Shiwen slowly breathed a sigh of relief. Such a long time of planning was finally not in vain. Chapter 25. After proving the way, the cultivation of each realm could be said to be very difficult. Without all kinds of fortuitous encounters, it would take endless time to hone. He didn't have that much time now, so he had to find ways to seize all kinds of opportunities. This time's plan was finally not in vain. After stepping into the peak of the Eternal Realm, after all the last energy of the soul freezing heart was refined, he could start preparing to break through to the sage realm. At that time, even in the Kurfürst Road, he could be called a first-class master, and he could go to the upper heaven to explore. After the breakthrough, he stood up and walked out of the secret room. He didn't choose to continue to wait for the soul, freezing heart, to be refined. After not going out for 10 years, he couldn't wait to go out. He put the remaining bones and blood on the ground into the Tianyuan mirror and murmured, "Senior, I will definitely bring your bones back." All of a sudden, he felt a sense of desolation. The heavens chosen, who had once dominated the world, was buried here. If he hadn't accidentally barged in, he probably wouldn't have been able to see the light again for the rest of his life. Without the maze, Yi Shiwen appeared at the edge of the forest in just a few flashes. Many living creatures in the forest escaped in a short time. Many powerful creatures who had reached the Tao validation had also been liberated. They had escaped as well. Therefore, at this time, there were not many kinds of creatures that were originally densely packed. He stepped out of the forest, and the dazzling sun shone down. He hadn't been exposed to the sun for a whole 10 years, but for him, even if it was nighttime, it was like daytime, and it didn't matter at all. A group of carriages traveled along the main road. These roads were originally built close to the forest. Although the original Lost Forest had all kinds of horrible legends, as long as one didn't enter it by mistake, there was no danger, and many powerful fierce beasts could only wander in the forest. Many ancestors who lived near here had seen fierce beasts that had proved the way up here in the forest, but they couldn't break through the barrier of the forest. However, in the past decade or so, for some unknown reason, the barrier that imprisoned the forest suddenly disappeared. Many of the wild beasts that originally lived in the forest suddenly broke free, causing great damage to the surrounding area. As a result, there were no signs of human habitation within a radius of 10,000 li. The main road, which was originally built according to the closest distance to the forest, was now barren. No one walked on this road anymore. A group of dozens of people slowly walked on this road. In the very center, there was an extremely luxurious carriage. The 8 horses that were pulling the carriage were also extraordinary. They were wrapped in a kind of divine wind, making them walk like the wind. However, they were abnormally stable, without the slightest jolt. Around him were dozens of knights who were vigilantly observing their surroundings. There were faint fluctuations of god rules on their bodies. They were actually dozens of demigod-level powerhouses. For such an expert to only exist as a guard, one could well imagine the identity of the master of this carriage. At the very front of these dozens of knights was a middle-aged man. His entire body was blood-red, and he had a pair of pointy ears. He was extremely handsome, and he was an extremely rare race, the Blood Elves. Everyone be careful. A demonic beast might appear at any time. The Blood Elf said as he sat on a blood-colored steed. After this mission, everyone will be rewarded handsomely. Here, dozens of knights agreed. Stop. Suddenly, the middle-aged man made a gesture to stop. Not far in front of them, a young man in purple clothes swaggered out in front of everyone. What really made the middle-aged man alarmed was that he did not notice when the young man had appeared at all. It was as if the young man had appeared in an instant. With the range of his divine telekinesis, not a single trace within 10,000 miles could escape his senses. However, the young man had appeared without any warning. The dozens of knights were also on guard. They did not sense the appearance of the young man in purple clothes at all. If he was an enemy, they would probably be in big trouble. There's someone here? The young man seemed a little surprised. He stopped in his tracks. Who are you? The man asked loudly as if he was facing a formidable enemy. The Blood Elves? That's a rare race. There are really all kinds of strange races on the Kurfürst Road. The young man mumbled to himself before speaking. He's just a passerby. You don't have to worry. He could also tell that there must be some great figure or precious treasure on the luxurious carriage. Otherwise, they would not have made such a fuss about a stranger. Of course, what he did not know was that the dozens of knights were on guard, not because they saw a stranger, but because the stranger seemed to have appeared out of thin air without any warning. The Blood Elf relaxed slightly. He did not look like someone sent by the enemy. However, what the young man in purple clothes said next made him tense up to the extreme. However, the child in your carriage might die if you don't treat him soon. The Blood Elf immediately felt like he was facing a formidable enemy. The carriage did not just look luxurious on the surface. In fact, there were countless formations engraved on the carriage to fool people. Even a Tao confirming expert would not be able to see through the truth inside the carriage. However, the young man in front of him had seen through the situation inside the carriage with just a glance. How could he not be shocked? "Who the hell are you?" the blood elf immediately shouted. His body was surrounded by traces of blood chi, and he had unknowingly wrapped around the purple-clothed young man's body. "I'm just reminding you out of goodwill. There's no need to make such a big fuss. If you don't like it, I won't say anything," the young man said indifferently. He simply turned around and walked away, unwilling to pay any more attention to him. What made the blood elf dumbfounded was that the traces of blood chi he had released could not stop the young man at all. Wherever the young man passed, the traces of blood chi turned into nothingness and were completely annihilated. This made him realize that the young man was not a simple person. He felt that something was wrong. Just as he was about to call out to the young man, a call came from behind him. "Commander, something has happened to the second young master. The rune on his body has suddenly activated." Suddenly, a figure peeked out from the carriage. It was a young girl who seemed to be 15 or 16 years old. She was dressed in a jade-green robe, and her skin was smooth and creamy. What? How could this be? The blood elf immediately turned pale with fright. He suddenly understood what the young man in purple clothes had meant when he said that he would die if he did not receive treatment. It turned out that the young man had really seen it with one glance and was not bluffing. Isn't there a seal on the second young master's body? How could he suddenly be corroded by the rune? I don't know why either. Why did it suddenly erupt? The young girl sounded like she was about to cry. She did not know why the situation had suddenly worsened out of nowhere. Damn it! The blood elf did not know why, but he suddenly recalled the young man's indifferent expression. He suddenly realized that it must have something to do with the young man. Otherwise, why would something suddenly happen when nothing had happened along the way? "Stop right there." The blood elf's figure shot forward and instantly turned into a cloud of blood chi. When he reappeared, he was already in front of the young man in purple clothes. He pointed the blood-colored long sword in his hand at the young man in purple clothes. Clip-clop, clip-clop. The sound of horse hooves could be heard as half of the riders followed the blood elf and surrounded the young man in purple clothes. The young man in purple clothes did not have a trace of panic on his face. He only looked at the blood elf and said, "What do you want? Speak. Are you someone sent by Zhao Wuji?" The blood elf shouted. "What Zhao Wuji? I don't have time to get acquainted with a nobody like him," the young man in purple clothes said indifferently, but his expression was somewhat unhappy. The blood elf suddenly choked and was somewhat speechless. Even if he had a rich imagination, he would never have thought that he would get such an answer. Zhao Wuji was a nobody. All right, the blood elf thought about it this way. He was secretly pleased that that bastard could be so arrogant. In the eyes of others, he was just a nobody. The young man in purple clothes said indifferently, "I was wondering why all of you were so capable. I didn't expect you to take the road so obediently. It turns out that you were carrying a seriously ill child. No wonder." The young man in purple clothes said indifferently, "I don't care who you are or how you saw it. Can you come with us for the time being to avoid any misunderstandings?" The blood elf gritted his teeth and said he couldn't figure out the depth of the young man in purple clothes. However, he couldn't let him go so easily. Otherwise, the other side's experts would come after him. The consequences would be simply unimaginable. "That's fine. How about this? I'll travel with you at least until we reach the next city. I haven't come out for several years. I wonder how it has changed." The young man in purple clothes didn't resist at all. He gladly agreed to travel with them. "Commander, it's not good. The seal on the young master's body is becoming more and more unstable. What should we do?" The girl in green clothes was on the verge of crying. She hadn't expected to encounter such a situation. "Damn it! Who among you is good at sealing?" The blood elf looked at the riders and couldn't help but ask. The dozens of knights looked at each other in dismay. None of them were good at sealing. However, I might know a little about sealing. Just treat it as paying the fare. However, do you dare to let me try? The young man in purple clothes suddenly raised his hand lazily and said, Chapter 25-26. You. The blood elf looked suspiciously at the purple-clothed youth. He seemed to be in disbelief. It wasn't that he didn't believe in Yi Shiwen's strength, but this guy was of unknown origin. So there was no need to talk about strength. He didn't believe in this purple-clothed youth at all. So there was no need to talk about his strength. However, they didn't have anyone who knew about this seal if they didn't look for him at this time. Otherwise, you can also do it if you can. Everyone stared at each other. They didn't have an expert who knew how to seal someone. Logically speaking, there shouldn't be any problem since the person who had sealed someone was also a great expert. So they hadn't followed him. Who would have thought that something would happen? You have to decide quickly. If I'm not mistaken, that little boy should be suffering from a very vicious curse. He'll die in minutes if you don't suppress it in time. The purple-clothed youth said. That purple-robed young man said. Even though they were separated by the carriage, everything was under his control. There were no secrets at all. The blood elf was also struggling. He didn't know what to do. All right, I'll let you in. But don't blame me for being impolite if you can't cure him. The blood elf thought for a moment. The young master will die if no one can save him. So it's better to make every possible effort and let him try. Then why are you blocking the way? Make way. The purple-clothed youth walked forward. The knights could only give way. They had already made the decision, so they could only follow it. The purple-clothed youth entered the carriage without a hitch. The green-clothed girl had heard the blood elf commander's words, so she didn't stop him. They went inside to take a look. It was a completely different world inside. It wasn't as small as it looked from the outside. There was a space enchantment inside, so it looked like a small carriage. However, there was a big room inside. There was a bed at the beginning of the room. A little boy who looked about 7 or 8 years old was lying on the bed. His little face was deathly pale. However, his body seemed to be much smaller than an ordinary little boy. He looked like he was only 5 or 6 years old. Children were still in the growing stage, and the difference in size was only 2 years. But at this moment, his little face was covered in runes, as if some kind of power was going to rush out of his body. Those runes were all extremely malevolent and extremely vicious. This purple-robed youth was naturally Yi Shiwen, but he had changed his appearance in order to deceive people. His original appearance was only 50 to 60% similar to his original appearance. At first glance, even acquaintances would find it difficult to recognize him. He didn't know what was going on. Ever since he saw this little boy through the eye of redemption, he had a special feeling of closeness. Otherwise, he wouldn't be so free to meddle in this matter. How is it? Do you have any ideas? The blood elf also entered the carriage and stared at Yi Shiwen. It seemed as if he would instantly turn hostile if Yi Shiwen said that he couldn't do anything. No problem, it's just a small matter. Yi Shiwen nodded lazily, then stepped forward and placed his hand on the little boy's head. The blood elf couldn't help but feel a little nervous when he saw the scene. His entire body tensed up like a cheetah about to pounce on its prey. Whoosh! There was a buzzing sound and a seal word appeared in Yi Shiwen's hand. It was imprinted on the little boy's forehead. Soon, the runes that had originally climbed on the little boy's face faded and disappeared into the depths of his body's core. The little boy's pale face immediately regained its rosy color. The effect was immediate. Really succeeded. The blood elf looked at Yi Shiwen with an unusual expression. In order to resist the runes transformed from this curse, it could be said that many masters were invited, but there was no way. In the end, they could only find a sealing master to barely suppress it. However, that was something that only a master who specialized in sealing could do. Otherwise, he could also do ordinary sealing. Although he wasn't a master who specialized in sealing with his cultivation level, how could he not do it? It was nothing more than a matter of understanding 100 things. It was just that this curse was too powerful, so he didn't dare to mess around. Nonsense, I can't even do such a simple seal. I might as well just commit suicide. Yi Shiwen didn't hold back and said while rolling his eyes. The blood elf was suddenly speechless. However, he also saw that although the origin of this purple-clothed young man was unknown, he should not be sent by the enemy. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome. This young man's various performances seemed to be unfathomable. Everyone was helpless against the seal, but he solved it easily. Even the blood elf himself couldn't see how strong he was. Thank you for your help, friend. The Yen City Z family will definitely repay you generously. The blood elf cupped his hands and said seriously, I don't really care about a generous reward. I just feel that this child is very pitiful, so I decided to help you. Just consider it as paying the fare. Yi Shiwen said, Please stop before you reach the next city. The blood elf hesitated immediately. Although he was certain that this purple-clothed young man was not sent by their enemies, the consequences would be unimaginable if he were to let him go, and the news was leaked. There was no way they could stop them with just the few of them. Yi Shiwen naturally had his own reasons for doing this. He realized that the efficiency of his search was too low. Even if he were to search one by one, it would still be too slow. He might not be able to find the reincarnation grass even after 1,000 years. However, he could entrust others to help him find it. Fortunately, there was also an unfathomable intelligence organization in the Kurfürst Road. The intelligence network of the Heaven Pavilion might even be developed into intelligence agents. The Heaven Pavilion had a very large intelligence network in the heavens and the myriad worlds. It was even better than the Baishaosheng. It specialized in the business of buying and selling information. As long as the price was paid, it could be said that almost anything could be obtained. Of course, the higher the level of information, the higher the price needed to be paid. For Yi Shiwen, his strength naturally couldn't compare with the strength of a colossus like the Heaven Pavilion, which had an intelligence network all over the world. He could entrust the Heaven Pavilion to search for the reincarnation grass while he was searching by himself. The efficiency would undoubtedly be much faster in this way. However, it was naturally impossible to find the intelligence points of the Heaven Pavilion in this desolate wilderness. It was only possible to find them in a big city. He didn't say anything to the Blood Elf commander. After all, the Blood Elf couldn't stop him if he wanted to leave. The Blood Elf seemed to have thought of this. He recalled that Yi Shiwen had appeared and disappeared like a ghost before. He had appeared in their field of vision as if he had teleported. He knew that Yi Shiwen was indeed very tyrannical, even though he didn't know his other strengths. Let's go first, if that's the case. The Blood Elf saw that the young master was fine, so he walked out of the carriage and led the team to continue their journey. However, his divine sense was still locked inside the carriage. He didn't relax for even a moment. The carriage moved slowly. However, there was no movement inside the room. They couldn't feel the slightest movement. They could only judge that the carriage was moving by looking at the windows on both sides. The green-clothed girl looked at Yi Shiwen with some discomfort. She was a little embarrassed the man had suddenly appeared. Yi Shiwen also saw this. He smiled faintly and said, You don't need to worry. Just pretend that I don't exist. The green-clothed girl pouted her small mouth. She was somewhat speechless as she looked at Yi Shiwen. He was already here. How could she pretend that he didn't exist? She couldn't deceive herself like this. How many years has your young master been cursed? Yi Shiwen asked. The green-clothed girl's expression darkened as she said this. She said, It has been 8 years. He was cursed when he was still in his mother's womb. That damned Zhao Wuji. He won't even let off such a young child. Yi Shiwen couldn't help but laugh. He had seen many crueler things in this world. The life and death of an ordinary person wouldn't stir up any waves in his heart. Therefore, he felt strange in his heart. Why did he suddenly want to meddle in this matter? For ordinary people, a whim might just be a random thought, but for the gods, it was impossible for them to suddenly have a thought without any reason or warning. So, Zhao Wuji should be a big shot. Otherwise, you wouldn't keep talking about him. Yi Shiwen asked with a smile. The blood elf had mentioned this name once. However, he was in a bad mood at that time, so he had directly rejected it. Now, the green-clothed girl had mentioned it again. It was obvious that she was the one who had cursed him. He's the worst bad guy, the green-clothed girl said fiercely. However, this was one of the most vicious words in her knowledge. He's the leader of the Southern Heaven Mercenary Corps. It's one of the major forces in Yen Du Tian. He was the one who cursed the second young master. That's why he became like this. There aren't many people who practice curses. Not to mention, there aren't many people who can practice curses to such an extent. He's a genius, Yi Shiwen said in amazement. He had tried to eradicate the curse just now. However, he found that the most troublesome thing was not the curse. Instead, it was the fact that the curse had deeply integrated with the body of the little boy. Perhaps it was because he had been brought out of his mother's womb. If he wanted to remove the curse, the little boy would die. It could be said that the curse was extremely vicious. Perhaps because of this, the little boy's family didn't choose to eradicate the curse. Instead, they chose to treat it conservatively. The green-clothed girl puffed up her cheeks and glared at Yi Shiwen. Shouldn't this person belong to her country? Why is he speaking up for others? Yi Shiwen shook his head and laughed. He didn't explain anything. Water, water. The little boy faintly woke up from his coma. The green-clothed girl quickly poured a cup of water and fed it to the little boy. Chapter 25-27. Brother Win, tell me a little about the outside world. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. The little boy had recovered his health. Compared to the average commander's child, this little boy was relatively quiet. He would constantly pester Yi Shiwen, wanting to know what the outside world was like. He was like this when he was born. Most of the time, he lived in a place with a barrier. He couldn't go out. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to suppress the curse on his body. He didn't know much about the outside world. He could only guess some things from the books. It was strange. Yi Shiwen didn't know why he and this little boy hit it off very well. There was a feeling of closeness from the bottom of his heart. Although Yi Shiwen didn't show any hostility these days, the Blood Elf commander didn't relax his surveillance on him. Yi Shiwen didn't care. You can go and see the outside world when you are well. Yi Shiwen touched the little boy's head. It's very difficult for me. I don't know if I will have a chance in the future. The little boy's expression was a bit gloomy. Brother Win, I will tell you a secret. In fact, I once heard someone say that I might not live past 10 years old. I will die soon. Yi Shiwen was a little stunned. He looked at him. He didn't know that the little boy already knew. The little boy was quieter than the average child after getting along with him these days. However, he didn't show any sadness. Yi Shiwen didn't expect him to keep this secret in his heart and not tell anyone. Others didn't tell him, so he acted like he didn't know. Of course not. Yi Shiwen sat on the bedside. Your illness is troublesome, but it's not that troublesome. Yi Shiwen said with a smile. This little boy's problem was very tricky. Even if these curses were sealed, they were eroding his vitality all the time. There was only one fundamental way to solve this curse problem, and that was to let the little boy practice on his own. When his strength became stronger and stronger, the curse would slowly wear off. Well, I will teach you martial arts. After you practice martial arts, this curse can't do anything to you. Yi Shiwen said, Really? The little boy's eyes lit up as if he was burning with some hope. Yes. Yi Shiwen nodded. However, Yi Shiwen soon discovered that this little boy's progress was very fast. In fact, It was almost no less than Xiao Ya's progress in the past. He was only at the Hotian realm, but his mind was particularly clever. He could almost draw inferences about other things from one instance. Moreover, his body had accumulated various kinds of medicinal efficacies that he had swallowed over the past few years. Moreover, these efficacies were too powerful. Moreover, he didn't have a way to digest and absorb them, so he could only follow the seal and be sealed in every corner of his body. Now that Yi Shiwen had guided the efficacies out of his body, his cultivation speed could be said to be advancing at a tremendous pace. With enough energy support and Yi Shiwen's guidance, her cultivation speed was extremely fast. Compared to the time when Yi Shiwen was practicing, the conditions were much better now. He had to explore every step by himself in order to advance. Moreover, no one could guide him in such a simple way. However, he could already be considered lucky. At the very least, no one would dare to say that they weren't blessed by fate. The little boy continued to practice inside the carriage for more than half a month. Although this progress wasn't worth mentioning in Yi Shiwen's eyes, but it was already much better than the sickly appearance he had when he had first seen him. His vitality was getting stronger and stronger. Naturally, he could resist the erosion of the curse. The green-clothed girl saw that the young master's condition was getting better. So, she was no longer hostile towards Yi Shiwen. In the beginning, she was particularly vigilant against Yi Shiwen. She was afraid that he would suddenly make a sneak attack. However, she could also see that the two of them were very congenial. The originally taciturn young master had also become much more cheerful in these days. This made the green-clothed girl, who had always regarded the young master as her younger brother, feel a little relieved. On this day, Yi Shiwen was explaining some of the key points of cultivation to the little boy. Suddenly, a burst of shouting sound came from outside the carriage. In the sky, a long silver spear suddenly fell from the sky like a mountain and chopped down. The entire world was shaking. A huge crack appeared on the ground. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, all the creatures were trembling under the pressure of this terrifying momentum. Oh my God, a god has appeared! How could this be? After half a month of hurrying, they had already left the edge of the lost forest. Many people could be seen hurrying along the entire road. However, this long spear was able to take the lives of over 1,000 people with a single spear strike. "Sir, why did you suddenly start a massacre?" someone asked loudly. Although the gods were high and mighty and terrifying, they were not invincible. There were too many hidden experts on the Kurfürst road. Even the gods wouldn't dare to be presumptuous. "You really made me look for you." A middle-aged man in a luxurious robe said indifferently on top of that spear that was hundreds of feet long. "Not good. It's coming for us," the blood elf commander said inwardly. The middle-aged man exuded an extremely dangerous aura, causing people to tremble with fear. "God, I don't care who you are looking for, but aren't you going too far by killing indiscriminately?" Someone stood up and said indignantly, "You are courting death." The middle-aged man shouted coldly. The person who had just stood up didn't even have time to say anything before his body exploded on the spot. It was as if he had been torn apart by invisible rules. "Fight it out with him. This god is clearly planning to kill us all." Someone roared angrily. Even if the other party was a god, it was too infuriating to kill so wantonly and treat them like pigs and dogs. Hundreds of people flew out all of a sudden. They wanted to join forces to kill the middle-aged man. However, the difference in strength between the two sides was too huge. With just a sweep of the spear, the hundreds of people were all killed. The smell of blood permeated everywhere, making people tremble in fear. "You are overestimating yourselves," the middle-aged man said coldly. There were many people here, but none of them was a match for him. The difference between those who had yet to reach the Tao validation and those who had yet to reach the Tao validation was too great. A mist of blood scattered. This kind of divine might made everyone completely dispel the idea of fighting him. "May I know who exactly you are looking for, my lord?" someone asked in a trembling voice. This was a complete suppression. A Tao validation expert was completely suppressing those who had yet to reach the Tao validation. There are also many demigods among them, but it was useless. They were too weak in front of a god. This was an absolute suppression. Are you still not coming out? Do you want me to invite you? The middle-aged man didn't even bother to look at the crowd. He floated in the air and waved his hand. The long spear shrunk until it was only about 3 meters long. Holding it in his hand, it gave off a terrifying aura. You guys take the young master away. I will stop him. The Blood Elf commander had no choice but to stand up. He knew very well that the middle-aged man was coming for him. It's no use. Do you think that you can escape from me? The middle-aged man said coldly. Those who have nothing to do with this should scram. Otherwise, there will be countless casualties. These people knew that the middle-aged man wasn't looking for them, so they immediately fled as if they had been granted amnesty. Although they were furious, they didn't dare to show it. The god in front of them was probably an invincible expert, even among the gods. They couldn't be compared to him at all. Even if they were killed, no one would complain about it. I didn't expect that the Sky South mercenary group would actually send you. Zhao Xian, one of the top 10 experts of the Sky South mercenary group. The Blood Elf commander said coldly. At the moment, the blood in his body was burning. It seemed like he was burning his own life force in order to obtain the strength to contend with the middle-aged man. Bill, the person leading the team this time, is actually you. No wonder. We actually misjudged you. We didn't detect your whereabouts. If we hadn't received the news this time, we wouldn't have known that you had actually taken this route. You're very careful. Zhao Xian said coldly. The Blood Elf commander immediately thought of Yi Shiwen as soon as he said this. It seemed that this was also the most likely possibility. Although Yi Shiwen's performance hadn't been abnormal for more than half a month, their route was also very secretive within the family. How could anyone know about it? They had only encountered such an inexplicable person along the way. Why are you looking at me? Yi Shiwen looked at the green-clothed girl in the carriage and said helplessly, Didn't I say that I don't know any nameless junior like Zhao Wuji? Why would I need to find this guy if I wanted to make a move? None of you can stop me. Well, it's not Brother Win. The little boy said firmly. He was young and had a simple mind. However, it was precisely because of this that he could feel that Yi Shiwen was really close to him. Moreover, do you think you could have saved his life if I hadn't made a move back then? Why do you need to go through so much trouble? Yi Shiwen shrugged and said, Use your brain, okay? Don't be a big boob without a brain. What did you say? The green-clothed girl shouted in embarrassment and annoyance. She knew that Yi Shiwen's words could sometimes make people furious in the past half a month. But our route is very secretive. It's impossible for ordinary people to know about it. The green-clothed girl said unwillingly. Yi Shiwen was speechless. He rolled his eyes at her and said, It's just that ordinary people don't know about it. It's not like no one knows about it. It's obvious that there's a mole in your family. Chapter 25-28. Yi Shiwen did not even need to think to know that there must be a traitor in the family. Because he could not be one of Zhao Wuji's people, then the conclusion was very simple. There was a traitor in the Z family. The green-clothed girl seemed to be unwilling to believe it. Although this matter was not unknown, only a few people knew about it. In fact, only a few people knew about it. If there was a problem, then it meant that something had happened to one of those few people. This result was unbelievable. Little guy, it seems like there are quite a lot of people who want to deal with you. Yi Shiwen touched the little boy's head and said with a smile, but his heart was a little heavy. Such a little boy had been tortured since he was young. The little boy did not speak, as if he had silently accepted this fate. The happiest days of his life were probably the time when he learned martial arts with Yi Shiwen. The whole carriage quickly turned around, wanting to escape into the distance. Zhao Xian was too terrifying. an existence that they could not match at all. Huh. The leader of the Blood Elves, Bill, shouted loudly. Boundless blood, chi, surged from his body, and his body flew out. A machete had appeared in his hand, and he slashed at Zhao Xian fiercely. Petty tricks. Bill, has anyone ever told you that you're still far from the imperishable realm when fighting with a sage realm expert? Suddenly, a holy kingdom appeared around Zhao Xian, and endless spear radiance burst out. In an instant, Bill was fixed in midair. His whole body was locked by the law chains, completely suppressed. No matter how much he burned his blood chi, it was useless in front of Zhao Xian. This was a real battle between sage, realm experts, suppressing eternal realm experts. Yi Shiwen could only be described as a monster. It could not be measured by normal circumstances. Bang! 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 Bill kept unwinding the law chains that wrapped around him, but there was no way. In the Holy Kingdom, all the laws were controlled by Zhao Xian, and he had no way to resist. How boring! Zhao Xian said, bored, and seemed to have lost his patience. I've said it before. Today, all of you will die here. There's no suspense at all. How troublesome. Do you know how much time I've wasted to deal with all of you? As Zhao Xian spoke, his face instantly turned ferocious. A spear had unknowingly appeared in his hand. He abruptly exerted force, and the spear light shot out, fiercely pointing towards Bill. Originally, Bill's movements were restricted by the God's kingdom. Now, it was even more difficult for him to resist. In a panic, he could only block with his long saber. Bang! There was a huge explosion, and Bill let out a muffled groan. His entire body flew backward like a meteor, and his entire left arm exploded. The convoy was still fleeing into the distance. They didn't even bother to hide and flew away on the spot. Although they also hoped that Bill could win, the reality was cruel and far crueler than they had imagined. Bill couldn't even take one move from Zhao Xian and ended up with his arm exploding. The difference in strength between the two sides was simply too great, but they didn't dare to turn around or stop. This was an opportunity that Bill had exchanged with his life. Many of the cavalrymen had tears in their eyes. Their hands were firmly grasping the reins of their horses, but they couldn't do anything. Bang! There was another huge explosion, and a loud sound came from behind. A figure flew in front of the entire convoy like a meteor, and then fell down and fiercely crashed into a mountain. It was Bill. Bill's body was covered in blood at this time. Half of his body had been shattered, and he had sustained serious injuries. He had been completely crippled in the collision with Zhao Xian. Bill's body slightly squirmed. He wanted to get up, but he no longer had the strength to do so. The difference in strength between the two sides was too great. You want to leave? I've just said that all of you will die this time. No one can escape. Zhao Xian said coldly. It was unknown when he had appeared in front of everyone. His body was wrapped in the aura of death. Some blood had splashed on his body. It wasn't his, but Bill's. Brotherwin, can you help us? Help Bill. The little boy in the carriage pulled Yi Shiwen's clothes and said, the green-clothed girl had placed all her hopes on Yi Shiwen. She was still suspicious of Yi Shiwen a moment ago, but she had no other choice at this time. If Yi Shiwen was also an enemy, then they would really be in despair. Moreover, Yi Shiwen hadn't shown any signs of hostility yet. But what should I do? I won't help for free. Yi Shiwen said with a smile, how can you be like this? The green-clothed girl suddenly glared at him. She had constantly told herself that the person in front of her might be able to control their life and death. But she still got angry at the last moment. Bill was the only deity in the entire convoy. This was also for the sake of safety. The others were at most demigods. Even Bill had been seriously injured, let alone these demigods. No matter how many of them there were, they would just be sending themselves to their deaths. Did the heavens really want to destroy them? She couldn't help but feel sad when she thought of this. There's no love without reason in this world, and there's no hatred without reason either. Yi Shiwen said indifferently, "As long as you can help us get through this hurdle, we will certainly reward you handsomely when we arrive at the Z family." The green-clothed girl begged. If Yi Shiwen didn't help them at this time, then they would really be finished. Her previous doubts about Yi Shiwen's strength had also disappeared at this time. Anyway, it was already like this. It was better to make a desperate attempt. There was no other way. "I don't care about those things. What can your family give me?" Yi Shiwen looked at the green-clothed girl with a faint smile. "Brother Wen, this is all the money I have. Please help us." The little boy took out a copper coin from his bosom. This was all his savings. Since he was young, there had been people who had taken care of his food and clothing. Moreover, he was still young. So, no one had given him money. He had only found this copper coin. Although this copper coin was an unexpected gain, it had made him happy for a long time. It was the thing that he valued the most. Yi Shiwen looked at him. His small appearance carried a bit of determination and stubbornness. "Well, I will help you once. Really, you are constantly changing your bottom line. I have never received such a low reward before." Yi Shiwen laughed and said, this might be the lowest reward he had ever received in his life. However, it was also the heaviest reward he had ever received in his life. This was only a copper coin. However, it was all his savings. Watch carefully. When dealing with trash, you must be fierce. Otherwise, they will not know fear. Yi Shiwen took this copper coin. Then his body instantly disappeared. The next moment, Yi Shiwen suddenly appeared in front of Zhao Xian. "Who are you?" Zhao Xian suddenly turned pale with fright. He didn't know how Yi Shiwen appeared. He just saw Yi Shiwen suddenly appear. "Someone asked me to kill you. What should I do? Do you want to commit suicide, or do you want me to do it?" Yi Shiwen said coldly, "You are courting death." Zhao Xian instantly became furious. This guy of unknown origin had suddenly appeared. He was too arrogant. He grabbed towards the void, and a long spear appeared in his hand. He shook the spear, and the space shattered. The spear directly pointed towards Yi Shiwen. Not good. Danger. Bill, who was below, shouted with all his might. He had just fought with Zhao Xian, so he was very clear that it was not luck that Zhao Xian was ranked among the top 10 experts of the South Sky Mercenary Group. The South Sky Mercenary Group only had a few experts of the Sage Realm. In an instant, Yi Shiwen felt that the space around him seemed to be sealed by a terrifying power. This was the power of the Divine Kingdom. It instantly spread out along with the spear. In the Divine Kingdom, he was the supreme god. No one was his opponent. The other demigods had no time to react. They couldn't even see it. They only saw the spear coming in front of Yi Shiwen. However, Yi Shiwen didn't panic. He suddenly stomped on the ground and released the power of his body. A terrifying, imposing aura soared into the sky. The power of thunder leaped out of his body. Cracks appeared on the surface of the Divine Kingdom. Cracks started to appear on the surface of the kingdom. How is this possible? Zhao Xian was dumbfounded. His Divine Kingdom had actually shattered. It had shattered under the momentum of Yi Shiwen. How is this possible? How could an imperishable realm expert shatter his Divine Kingdom? No, it was not shattered. It was simply crushed by the momentum. How strong would that aura have to be? And the spear that he stabbed over stopped 3 inches in front of Yi Shiwen. It was blocked by his thunder armor and could not move an inch forward. Weak. Too weak. As a sage realm expert, this is all you have. What a joke! The look in Yi Shiwen's eyes was incomparably cold, especially when he knew that Zhao Xian was the so-called master of South Heaven Mercenary Corps who had made the little guy suffer so much. He couldn't hide his killing intention anymore. It was nothing for a man to act ruthlessly, but when it involved women and children and still used such despicable means, it really made him feel shameless. What bullsh*** Divine Kingdom. Watch me blow you up with one punch. Yi Shiwen clenched his 5 fingers into a fist and instantly punched out. The whole world changed color. Countless spiritual qi gathered on his fist, forming a terrible storm. Boom! The fist energy twisted. There was no excess fist will. It only relied on the powerful force to penetrate the sky and hit the divine kingdom. Boom! The divine kingdom was instantly shattered. The fist energy directly shattered everything and hit Zhao Xian's body. Boom! Endless energy exploded, forming a terrible energy cloud that spread out in all directions. Chapter 25-29. Boom! A powerful force exploded in the divine kingdom, and countless rules were broken on the spot, completely annihilated along with the void. The entire divine kingdom was completely shattered in front of the many demigods of the Z family. In their eyes, a terrifying and invincible figure was seriously injured by a single punch. They could not believe it at all. Zhao Xian was blasted away, and his body was covered in cracks, looking extremely hideous and terrifying. Zhao Xian himself did not expect to be beaten up so badly by Yi Shiwen. A person of the Sage Realm was beaten up by a guy of the Eternal Realm. If word got out, people would really laugh their heads off. But at this time, he did not find it funny at all, and he did not even feel the slightest anger. There was only fear. Yes, the fear of encountering a monster. He knew very well that between gods, a slight difference in plane would result in a drastic change in their actual combat prowess. Furthermore, there was a large plane between the sage plane and the imperishable plane, which was a terrifying thing. In other words, those who could do that were basically monsters. Those legendary geniuses and monsters were not people that people like him could be compared to at all. He turned around and wanted to escape, holding back the injuries on his body, not daring to fight Yi Shiwen again. Bill's eyes were wide open. Seeing Yi Shiwen defeat Zhao Xian with a single punch, and seeing Zhao Xian scared out of his wits with just a single blow, wanting to turn around and run. It was as if he had seen the most incredible thing in the world. At this moment, Bill really believed Yi Shiwen. It was indeed as he said. If he really wanted to fight, no one in the entire convoy could stop him. That was not an ordinary person at all. Even Zhao Xian was in such a sorry state. If it were him, he probably would not even be able to stop that punch, and his body would probably collapse on the spot. Who is this person? Is he another expert from the outside world? He was an expert born and raised in the Kurfürst Road, and his knowledge of the experts from the outside world was limited to those who were already famous and famous geniuses, even in the Kurfürst Road. He did not know much about the experts who had recently risen. If there were such a person on the Kurfürst Road, he would have been famous in the past 100,000 years. How could he be unknown? Therefore, it was not difficult for him to guess that he should be an outsider. If it was an outsider, then everything would be easy to handle. They could also rest assured. After all, it was unlikely that the outsider was Zhao Wuji's helper. Moreover, they wouldn't be able to stop him if he really wanted to attack. At this moment, he felt lucky that he hadn't attacked earlier. Otherwise, if he had angered this monster, the consequences would have been unimaginable. He was glad that he had agreed to let Yi Shiwen stay. Otherwise, it would have been difficult for him to escape this time. You want to leave? Do you think it's that easy? Yi Shiwen said coldly. He took a big stride forward, and his whole body grew bigger and bigger. He stomped on Zhao Xian, who had already flown into the distance. Bang! Zhao Xian's physical body was crushed to pieces on the spot, and his primordial spirit was annihilated in an instant. A sage plane cultivator was stomped to death by him without any hiccups. Is he really a monster? Even the experienced and knowledgeable demigods of the Z clan felt like they were about to faint when they saw the scene. It was not that they had never heard of an imperishable plane contending against a sage plane, but even if such a battle had happened, it was often a difficult battle in order to have a chance of winning. Even so, Yi Shiwen was already the most terrifying genius they knew of. They had never seen or heard of someone like Yi Shiwen, who had trampled a sage plane expert to death on the spot. Based on their understanding, they could only call him a monster. Yi Shiwen didn't think much of it. After plundering Zhao Xian's wealth, he returned to the convoy. At this moment, the way the knights looked at Yi Shiwen changed instantly. They were originally vigilant, but now they were full of fear and awe. The battle just now had completely subverted their worldview. They never thought that an imperishable plain cultivator could kill a sage plain cultivator like that. Moreover, they were insignificant figures who hadn't even proven their way. In front of this lord, they were probably just a little better than ants. The only one who could be particularly happy at the scene was the little boy. Seeing Yi Shiwen defeat Zhao Xian, who wanted to kill him, he was already jumping up and down. "I told you, brother, one can't be a bad person." His thoughts were very simple, but it was also because of this that he was even more sensitive. He knew clearly who was good to him and who was bad to him, but he rarely said it. "Brother Win, that move of yours is too powerful. Can you teach me? I also want to become very, very big and quickly grow up." The little boy said excitedly, "That won't do. Your current strength is not up to the requirements. When you can reach the Transcendence Realm, I will teach you this move." Yi Shiwen said with a smile, but in reality, this kind of magic, when one reached that level, they would naturally be able to learn it. But what Yi Shiwen knew was naturally more exquisite than many people. "Oh, so that's how it is." The little boy said with some disappointment, but he wasn't too depressed. After all, he was born in a famous family. Although no one taught him many things, he was also influenced by what he saw and heard. He was also very clear that cultivation matters couldn't be rushed. In fact, if Yi Shiwen hadn't taught him martial arts, it might have taken him 1 or 2 years to start learning martial arts. This was all thanks to Yi Shiwen. Why do children want to grow up? Yi Shiwen laughed involuntarily and said, "When he was a child, he seemed to be like this, but when he really grew up, he felt that it was better when he was a child. Because he was simple. He didn't need to take anything seriously. Because I want to protect Mother. Mother cries all day because of me. If I grow up quickly, she won't have to worry about me anymore." The little boy looked at Yi Shiwen and said very seriously, "She is always worried that I will die before I grow up. But if I can grow up, she should be relieved." "Don't worry, you will slowly grow up." Yi Shiwen was a little stunned and didn't know what to say. The little boy's wish seemed childish, but it touched a certain chord in Yi Shiwen's heart. He wanted to grow up quickly so that he could protect her. "When can I be as powerful as you?" The little boy asked again. It will take a very, very long time," Yi Shiwen said with a smile. He was already considered to be in defiance of the natural order. Even if the little boy was also in defiance of the natural order, it would still take a few thousand years. That was already a very, very long time, enough to form a history of civilization. But things like cultivation can't be rushed. You have to do it step by step, understand? Yi Shiwen exhorted in a serious manner. He had cultivated to this stage. So no one understood better than him how important the foundation was. "Well, I know." The little boy nodded seriously. Obviously, he remembered Yi Shiwen's words in his heart. In the future, he would understand how important these words were to him. "Thank you, young master, for saving us. The Z family will be very grateful." Bill's voice came from below. After a period of recuperation, the injuries on his body were much better. After all, he was also a master of the eternal realm. On the surface, he had almost recovered, but the vitality of the internal injuries could not be recovered in a short time. "No, I'm not interested in your Z family. It's just that this little boy is very much to my liking." Yi Shiwen shook his head and said, he was very clear that there was a problem with this route. It was likely that there was a problem within the Z family, but he had no intention of getting involved. If it wasn't for the fact that he saw that the little boy was particularly congenial for unknown reasons, he would not care about this matter at all. Bill did not feel anything because of Yi Shiwen's words. In his eyes, Yi Shiwen had become an unworldly master. Although he was only in the eternal realm, with his terrifying strength that could crush the sage realm. Even in the Z family, he could enjoy extremely high treatment. He was not at the same level as him at all. At this time, he really believed what Yi Shiwen said before. He only helped because he liked the young master. After all, an unworldly master always had a strange temper. Although they were both in the eternal realm, at this time, Yi Shiwen in front of him had the qualifications of an unworldly master. "Brother Win, will you go back to the Z family with us?" the little boy asked, pulling the corner of Yi Shiwen's clothes. The others also looked at Yi Shiwen nervously. Now that the route had been exposed, in other words, the opponent was likely to have laid an inescapable net waiting for them. If there was no Yi Shiwen to escort them, with just a few of them, it was impossible to bring the young master back to Yen Du Tian. In that case, the consequences were simply unimaginable. But Yi Shiwen had now become an unworldly master in their eyes. For such a person, how could they dare to force him? Wasn't that courting death? What's more, in Bill's heart, if he could win Yi Shiwen over, there would undoubtedly be an unparalleled master as a backer in their faction. Their strength could also be increased a bit. It was just that this was not the right time to say it. "Well, I'll leave after I send you back. I also have very important things to do, so I can only send you to the Z family. I can't care about other things." How could Yi Shiwen not know what they were thinking? But he did not have so much time to get involved in it. "So let's hurry up now. Don't keep a low profile anymore. Go to Yen Du Tian immediately. I'll clean up all the troublemakers. You guys are responsible for rushing at full speed." "Thank you, young master," Bill hurriedly said with great joy. With Yi Shiwen's help, their safety was guaranteed. Chapter 2530. Yindu Heaven. In the Kurfürst Road of the 33 Heavens was also one of the uppermost upper heavens. It was bustling with people and was much more developed than the lower heavens. When the caravan entered Yindu Heaven, it immediately felt different. Although they were rushing at full speed, it had already been 3 months since Yi Shiwen stomped Zhao Xian to death. After all, they had crossed many middle heavens from the lower heavens to finally arrive at Yindu Heaven. In Yindu Heaven, the Z family's power immediately grew. The most obvious thing was that along the way, there were more and more people protecting them. Many masters of the Z family in charge of various places also joined the caravan under Bill's command. Although they were already the best of the best, the caravan that originally had only dozens of people expanded to hundreds of people. Among them, there were as many as dozens of gods in charge. The power of the Z family in Yindu Heaven was also one of the most prosperous forces in the Kurfürst Road. Among them, there was a powerful master of the Sage Realm in the center. In the Kurfürst Road, masters of the Sage Realm were almost at the level of the supreme elder of every force. No matter where they went, they would be treated as distinguished guests and worshipped. But now they had been mobilized because of this little guy, which made Yi Shiwen have a deeper understanding of the little guy's importance. Perhaps this little guy was very important to the Z family. But even so, after hearing Bill's introduction of Yi Shiwen, they still did not dare to be disrespectful to him. Not only Bill, but even the dozens of knights who were originally there also began to promote Yi Shiwen in unison. Killing a master of the Sage Realm with 1 foot, such strength was terrifying. The Sage Plane Master, who had been very arrogant before, had his eyelids twitching when he heard this. He was a Sage Plane Master himself, so he naturally knew the gap between the Sage Plane and the Eternal Realm, but he had still been beaten like a dead dog by Yi Shiwen. Just imagining how powerful Yi Shiwen was enough to make him shudder. This made him not dare to show any disrespect to Yi Shiwen. Maintaining respect for the strong was the rule of this world. They did not doubt Bill's words, as there was no need to do so. After the Sage Plane cultivator joined in, he saw an assassin with his own eyes. A Sage Plane assassin broke into the carriage that the little guy was in. He was less than 10 meters away, and then he was crushed to death. When he saw that scene, the Sage Plain cultivator from the Z clan could not help but break out in a cold sweat. That was indeed a monster. Generally speaking, this kind of assassin was very difficult to discover among those of the same rank. Unless one was deliberately on guard, the probability of being assassinated was very high. Therefore, people were often very afraid of these assassins. Even if they had a very high chance of winning in a head-on battle, the problem was that these assassins would not fight head-on. The word fair and square did not exist in their dictionary. Even these assassins who had already proven their killing Tao could hide in a place for thousands of years just to kill a single target. As the saying went, one could only be a thief for 1,000 days. How could one guard against a thief for 1,000 days? Therefore, this move of Yi Shiwen's had shocked everyone. She didn't doubt Yi Shiwen's words at all. In fact, before entering Yen Du Tian, the entire convoy had faced several surprise attacks, but they were all stopped by Yi Shiwen. This was a little surprising to Yi Shiwen. It should be known that these surprise attacks, or those who blocked the way, without exception, were all masters of the Sage Plain. Although they were not existences at the peak of the Sage Plain, this was already rare enough. On the Kurfürst Road, the Sage Plain could already be regarded as top-notch experts. Apart from those monstrous geniuses, it could be said that there was no one who could rival them. It would cost a lot to hire one of such figures, not to mention that there were so many of them attacking one after another. If it was only the people from the Tiannan mercenary group, it would be fine, but this assassin was obviously not from the Tiannan mercenary group. Yi Shiwen extracted the memories from the spirit in his mind and knew that he was the leader of a certain assassin organization. After accepting this task, he came in person, but unfortunately he encountered a monster like Yi Shiwen. He was killed by Yi Shiwen when he was within 10 meters of him. However, Yi Shiwen did not detect any more information, because the other party directly self-destructed on the spot, and his spirit also exploded. It seemed that there was a restriction inside his body, and once he failed, he would explode on the spot. This also made Yi Shiwen could not help but sigh. This little guy did not know who had offended this little guy. At such a young age, he had actually provoked so many masters. If he had not met Yi Shiwen, then it could be said that he would really die. However, the little guy himself did not think so. During this time, under Yi Shiwen's protection, he was also much happier. Every day he just followed Yi Shiwen to practice martial arts, and in just a few months he had already cultivated to the Hotian 8th stage, and only a little bit more he could enter the Hotian 9th stage, and was not far from opening his meridians and entering the Xiantian realm. Although the little guy did not know the dangers of the world, but he had never neglected practicing martial arts because he had a strong reason to become stronger. Yi Shiwen could not help but sigh with emotion. One must know whether it was himself or his predecessor. When this little guy was at this age, he was just a little kid who only knew how to play and had never thought about becoming stronger. However, under his protection, the convoy very smoothly arrived at the Z clan in Yen Du Tian. It was a very large city, and at a glance Yi Shiwen was afraid that there were hundreds of millions of people living in this city, just like a small country. In the center of the city was the ancestral land of the Z clan, and around it were some of the vassals of the Z clan and other clans' living places. After entering the city, Yi Shiwen also said his goodbyes. After entering the city, Yi Shiwen clearly felt many tyrannical divine senses sweeping over. He had already received the news before, and now the convoy had entered into their protection. In this case, Yi Shiwen could be considered as helping the Buddha to the west. Since we have arrived home, then I will leave first. Yi Shiwen said, Brother Wen, can't you stay? My father and mother must also want to see you. After all, you saved me. The little guy looked at Yi Shiwen, obviously hoping that he would stay. The little guy was an only child since childhood, and during this period of time he even regarded Yi Shiwen as an elder brother, and naturally did not want him to leave. Yes, young master, it is difficult to express your great kindness to our Z clan. Why don't you stay? I think the patriarch will definitely meet you. Bill stepped forward and said, Among these people, he was the only one who was familiar with Yi Shiwen. No, I still have my own things to do. I can't stay. Yi Shiwen looked at the city, Yendu City. Yendu City was named after the city, and it used to be the core of the entire Yendu City. Since the Z clan could occupy such a place, one could imagine the great power in Yendu City. Although it was not as powerful as before, it could still be regarded as a giant. This city could be said to be very complete with all kinds of facilities, and many forces also set up branches here, including the intelligence organization that Yi Shiwen needed. If he wanted to buy information about the reincarnation grass, naturally, the bigger the branch, the better. Now, he also had to deal with his own matters. Mountains and rivers will meet again. If fate allows, we will meet again in the future. Everyone take care. After saying this, Yi Shiwen took a step forward and directly disappeared into the void. The little guy was still silently looking in the direction where Yi Shiwen disappeared, very reluctant. Many other cultivators were even more shocked. After all, this was Yendu City, the core of Yendu City, and it was not clear how many matrices and barriers there were in the city. Even gods had to fly here, and it was impossible to travel through space. Otherwise, the enemy would be able to teleport into the city without anyone knowing. But this person was able to completely ignore the matrices and barriers and teleport away. Just how high was his level of cultivation? He really is strong. Is he really not hiding his strength? I still find it a little hard to believe that an eternal realm can be this strong. The person who said this was the master of the Sage Realm, who followed the convoy. At this moment, he really felt a sense of shame. What master of the Sage Realm? It seemed that in front of the Eternal Realm, it was not even worth mentioning. Where's Hong Yin? A hurried voice was heard from afar. Following that, a tall and straight figure flew over from the void. In almost an instant, he had already arrived at this place. It was a handsome, middle-aged man dressed in a purple robe. His face was filled with anxiety. "Father!" The little guy quickly went up to the middle-aged man in the purple robe and hugged him. The little guy's name was Zi Hongyin. "Thank goodness you're fine. Thank goodness you're fine. It's all my fault. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been tricked by those guys. Thank goodness you're fine." The middle-aged man looked at his son, who had been suffering since he was a child, heartbroken. He did not know whether he was comforting the little guy or himself. "What's going on?" He looked at Bill. Bill quickly went up to the middle-aged man in the purple robe and told everything that happened along the way. The middle-aged man in the purple robe thought for a while and said, "In that case, it was thanks to the help of that master that our Hong Yun was able to escape." The middle-aged man in the purple robe said quickly, "It's all my fault. I didn't protect you well enough. Young master." The middle-aged man in the purple robe did not blame Bill carelessly. "It's not your fault. I thought I would be the bait to lure those guys. But who would have thought that I would be exposed?" The middle-aged man in the purple robe did not blame Bill carelessly. "That person doesn't seem to be from our 33 heavens, so there is no record of him. It seems that he is an outsider." Bill said carefully, "No matter what, pay more attention in the future. No matter what, he is the savior of our Hong Yin. All right, I'll bring Hong Yun in first. You guys go ahead and rest in the clan." The middle-aged man in the purple robe said and directly flew into the ancestral land of the Z family deep in Yen City with the little guy in his arms. The middle-aged man in the purple robe gave them too much of a deterrent. At this time, they finally breathed a sigh of relief. Someone mentioned, "Why do I suddenly feel that the master looks so much like that master?" Chapter 2531. After Yi Shiwen left the convoy, he soon arrived at the Heaven Pavilion branch in the city. The Heaven Pavilion had branches in many cities. The bigger the city, the bigger the Heaven Pavilion branch, and the higher the authority. Yen City was undoubtedly the top city, so the Heaven Pavilion branch was also the top. The entire Heaven Pavilion branch was a very terrifying artifact. Its aura was faintly discernible, but it was guarding the entire heaven pavilion. One could imagine how powerful it was. People came in and out, surging like a tide. Experts of various races were here to exchange information and intelligence. After Yishuan entered, he immediately revealed his aura as a deity and was immediately invited to the VIP pavilion. This was also very normal. In any organization, a deity-level expert was enough to be a VIP. Of course, there were still differences in the level of VIP according to the difference in strength. Senior, please wait here for a moment. Our supervisor will be here soon. This attendant's cultivation was good, but he was only in the mysterious realm. He was still a bit away from the demigod level. He didn't dare to neglect a deity-level expert, and immediately went to find the supervisor. Those who could become the supervisor of a branch, like the Heaven Pavilion, were basically all deities who had confirmed their Tao. Soon, a beautiful woman came out of the VIP pavilion. She was wearing a long robe, and her temperament was outstanding. She was originally a goddess. The woman sensed Yishuan and found that it was like a clay ox entering the sea. She couldn't detect anything at all. She only felt that he was unfathomable. Hello, Senior. May I know what kind of information you want to inquire about? The beautiful woman quickly went through her mind. She couldn't find a powerful deity who could match the purple-robed young man in front of her. With her cultivation, remembering people was just a basic ability. However, she quickly reacted. It was very likely that this person didn't want to reveal his true identity. This was also very likely. Can you inquire about any information here? Can you also help to collect information for a long time? Yishuan asked. Yes, as long as you give us enough compensation, we can naturally help to collect information about things you are interested in for a long time. The beautiful goddess said quickly, Well, I'd like to ask about a kind of divine material called reincarnation grass. I wonder if your heavenly pavilion has any information about reincarnation grass? Yishuan asked. Senior, you're looking for the reincarnation grass? That's not easy to find. Since ancient times, very few have appeared. The beautiful goddess's brain was like a supercomputer. She quickly recalled the information she had read about the reincarnation grass. This type of divine material was naturally very valuable. But not only was it valuable, it just so happened that it was rare, extremely rare, to the point that many people might not even have heard of it. Only the Heaven Pavilion, which had been collecting all kinds of information for countless years, had managed to obtain a few records of it. However, it was only those few times. She did not know what the person in front of her wanted the reincarnation grass for. As it did not appear many times, very few people knew the effects of the reincarnation grass. Even the Heaven Pavilion was no exception. However, since the person in front of him asked, he must have his reasons. I wonder why Senior is looking for the reincarnation grass. That goddess asked, Do I need to explain this to you? Yishuan looked at her indifferently. The goddess quickly shook her head and said, No, please don't misunderstand. We don't want to pry into your privacy. It's just that we are also responsible for collecting the effects of the reincarnation grass. If you can provide us with one of the effects of the reincarnation grass, we can also pay you for this information. This is not your business. Yishuan shook his head and did not reveal the effects of the reincarnation grass. That's a pity. The goddess had a look of pity on her face as she said, We can help you look for information about the reincarnation grass, but this is also divided into active and passive ones. If it's passive, we'll notify you if we receive any information about the reincarnation grass. However, that might take a long time. If it's active, we'll use the Heavens Pavilion's power to help you find information about the reincarnation grass. Which one would you like to choose? Yishuan thought for a moment and said, I choose active. The sooner, the better. The more detailed the information, the better. That's natural. As for the fees, we will judge the importance and detail of the information to charge you. You don't have to worry about this. We still have our reputation, the goddess said professionally. She had encountered such situations many times, and she was very familiar with it. However, the reincarnation grass is very rare. If you want us to use our power to find it, even the most basic one would cost 100 million divine roots. What do you think? She looked at Yi Shiwen. 100 million divine roots was a huge sum even for a sage plane expert. It was not something that ordinary people could take out. However, the reincarnation grass was indeed rare. Moreover, the manpower and resources they needed to find it were not insignificant. They needed to use the intelligence network of many realms. Although the price was expensive, it was not unreasonable. Yi Shiwen did not even think about it. He said directly, "Sure. I hope it's done as soon as possible." Although 100 million divine roots was a huge sum, Yi Shiwen could afford it at the moment. Many Sage Realm experts had died in his hands along the way. Although they were not very rich, each of them had more than 10 million divine roots. In addition, the assassin was the leader of the organization. The entire assassin organization's wealth was concentrated on him. Just from him alone, Yi Shiwen had obtained 100 million divine roots. He could be said to be rich now, so he naturally did not care. However, even so, he was secretly speechless. The fees for intelligence were indeed ridiculously expensive. No wonder the Heaven Pavilion was so rich, using a divine weapon as a branch. Even the Hidden Valley would not be able to spend such a large sum. He knew that the Heaven Pavilion must have earned a lot, but there was nothing he could do. He did not have such resources on hand. He knew that he would be ripped off, but there was nothing he could do. That's for the best. However, we still need you to pay 50 million divine roots as a deposit. What do you think? The goddess looked at Yi Shiwen and asked. She was also a little excited. 100 million divine roots was a huge transaction. If she could complete this transaction, her ranking in the Heaven Pavilion would rise as well. Furthermore, she would be able to get a lot of commission from this transaction. This was really a double blessing. All right. Yi Shiwen directly handed over 50 million divine roots. He was not afraid that the other party would renege on the debt. The Heaven Pavilion would not go so far as to ruin its reputation for 50 million divine roots. Then I'll go and settle the formalities for you. Please wait a moment. Since this transaction of yours is relatively large, I'll make the decision to make a VIP card for you. In the future, no matter what information you want to gather or sell, you can do it through this VIP card. Moreover, there will be discounts. The goddess said with a smile. Her expression was even more respectful. Someone who could casually take out 50 million divine roots as a deposit was indeed a nouveau riche. This was also to entice the nouveau riche. All sorts of discounts were given. Yi Shiwen nodded. He did not have any extra expression. He looked completely like a superior senior. At this moment, he was even more able to intimidate people. Although this goddess did not know who he was, it was obvious that they did not know who he was. They were only responsible for selling and collecting information. As for who the other party was, it did not matter to them at all. Yi Shiwen sat on his seat, closed his eyes, and rested. He was deducing martial arts. Not far away from him, a group of people was incessantly clamoring. The crowd was like stars surrounding the moon. They surrounded an old man. This old man's expression was calm, and he was not moved at all. Elder, this time, the city lord asked you to return. Could it be that there is some good news? Someone asked. Of course, this is a big news. Hee, you guys have heard of the Kuan Peng, right? This time, the city lord personally went and caught a Kuan Peng. That old man said calmly. Oh my God, the Kuan Peng. That was a powerful existence from the mythological era. Now, I have never heard of the Kuan Peng. I did not expect to see a Kuan Peng with my own eyes. When we kill it, will we be able to get some of the Kuan Peng's blood essence? I have never eaten Kuan Peng meat before. What did you guys say? Kuan Peng? That old man was about to speak, but he saw a young man standing in front of him. The young man's eyes were wide open, and he was staring at him. "Young man, what do you want?" That old man's face revealed a displeased expression. He seemed to be very dissatisfied with the young man's impolite behavior. "I will ask you again. Did your city, Lord Kachakuinpong?" Yi Shiwen's expression was gloomy, like a volcano that was about to erupt. "So what if I did?" The old man was instantly enraged. "Which family are you from?" Yi Shiwen said coldly. The old man instantly became vigilant. It was obvious that the young man in front of him did not come with good intentions. "We're from Ink Cloud City." "What? Could it be that you want to go against our Ink Cloud City?" The others weren't so scheming, and they spoke it out directly. Cloud Ink City, very good," Yi Shiwen said, gritting his teeth. Almost without guessing, he knew that the captured Kuinpong was the young Kuinpong. Other than him, there was no other possibility. The young Kuinpong had also entered the Kurfürst Road, but he did not expect to be captured. "What do you want?" That old man immediately stood up. If he still did not understand Yi Shiwen's hostility, then he would have wasted his time. "Who are you? Tell me obediently." That old man cast a cold glance at Yi Shiwen and suddenly reached out with his big hand. Chapter 2532. Because it was right in front of him, the big hand was like a sharp blade stabbing out horizontally. The palm pierced through the space, tearing a crack and directly grabbing at Yi Shiwen. Yi Shiwen's eyes instantly changed into countless simple and unadorned patterns. He let the old man's big hands pass through his body. However, the old man couldn't grab him no matter how hard he tried. It was as if there were countless layers of space around him, wrapping him up. Everyone present was extremely knowledgeable, and it was not difficult for them to recognize the origin of this move. It was the signature move of an eternal plane expert, able to hide oneself in thousands of spaces. This was also a sign that one had a deeper understanding of the laws of space. However, it also depended on who the opponent was. If the opponent was also in the eternal plane, the effect of this move would be much weaker. But if the opponent was in the sage plane, it was almost useless. The understanding of space of a sage plane expert was definitely above that of an eternal plane expert. Therefore, when they saw this scene, they could not help but be a little dumbfounded. A sage plane expert had not been able to catch him in an instant, even if one did it unintentionally and the other did it intentionally. But with the strength of a sage plane expert, it was not difficult to deal with an eternal plane expert. Yi Shiwen's move, even if he only succeeded once, was enough to make them look at him in a different light, and in front of him, the old man took a step forward. In an instant, endless momentum rushed out, and endless spiritual chi rolled out of his body. It was a very powerful magic. In an instant, the entire Heaven Pavilion branch seemed to have become an endless divine kingdom, surrounded by him. He was going to use his martial arts' true meaning to kill him. Although he knew that it was not far, it felt as if the whole world was swallowed up by this divine kingdom. The people around the old man also retreated to the side, not daring to get close at all. Yi Shiwen's space flow seemed to be a little unsatisfactory, and it was greatly affected. "Tell me, what happened to Kuinping?" Yi Shiwen said coldly. "Kid, don't be too arrogant." The old man was furious in an instant. Yi Shiwen still dared to be arrogant in this situation. It was simply a violation of his bottom line. His big hand suddenly fell towards Yi Shiwen and directly inserted into the distorted space around Yi Shiwen's body. The originally distorted space was now sliced apart like tofu. After unfolding his divine kingdom, his strength instantly skyrocketed. In this place, he was the ruler of everything in the world. Bang! Finally, Yi Shiwen made his move. He blasted out a punch and fiercely collided with the big hand of the old man. An astonishing collision occurred, but what made many people shocked was that the one who was blasted away wasn't Yi Shiwen, but the old man. The old man's legs tore open 2 huge cracks in the void as he slammed into the edge of the divine kingdom. It was the wall of Heaven Court. It was also a divine artifact. Naturally, it would not be so easy to smash through it. Courting death. The old man didn't react for a moment, but he quickly reacted. His entire body's aura swept out, causing the ground to tremble violently. All of his power was concentrated in his hand. Stubborn fool! Yi Shiwen took a step forward and instantly arrived in front of the old man. He blasted out a punch, and the entire divine kingdom of the old man collapsed inch by inch. The entire divine kingdom instantly collapsed under Yi Shiwen's soaring aura. This old man could be considered an expert of the first generation, but he couldn't even withstand a little bit of Yi Shiwen's attack. This was such a terrifying punch. It seemed as if the world had completely collapsed under this punch, and the frequency of the world had changed under this punch. Human race, saints appeared everywhere, and endless songs of praise were sung. This was no longer as simple as it seemed. This punch directly blasted out the civilization of the human race. This was an extremely terrifying fist technique. Fighting against this punch was equivalent to fighting against the entire civilization of the human race. Who could have such terrifying strength? The old man's face turned green. He had never expected that Yi Shiwen's fist would be so terrifying. He had retreated the moment his divine kingdom had shattered. He had wanted to avoid this terrifying fist, but it was useless. Yi Shiwen, who was in a violent rage, had unleashed almost all of his strength. His divine senses had completely locked onto the old man. No matter how the old man tried to dodge, it was useless at all. The punch continued to bombard, directly hitting his body. Bang! A loud sound was heard, and the old man was blasted away on the spot. He only felt that the strength of his entire body had been sucked out, and it was flowing out in a frenzy. His entire body seemed to have shattered into pieces, and he was spitting out blood all over his body. In the eyes of the others, they clearly saw that the old man's body had exploded inch by inch under Yi Shiwen's punch. He wanted to recover, but he couldn't completely glue his body back together. He could only painfully fly high in the air. Bang! At this moment, everyone saw a big hand grab out of the void and grab the old man's neck fiercely. The old man struggled desperately, but it was of no use. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't break free from Yi Shiwen's grasp. What's going on? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? How is this possible? This is impossible. A Sage Realm expert was defeated so easily. The experts who came with the old man were hysterical and completely crazy. In their eyes, the old ancestor was almost invincible, but in front of this young man, he couldn't even withstand a single blow. He wasn't a match for him at all. It was nothing to look young at all. Gods could naturally maintain their youthful looks, but the problem was that the person in front of them was clearly only in the eternal realm. How could he be so powerful? Their strength had not reached that level, but their eyesight was not bad, and they could also recognize Yi Shiwen's strength. But it was precisely because of this that they felt like they were in a mess. Since young, they had been taught by the elders in their sects that an eternal realm expert who could escape from the hands of a sage realm expert was already a very rare genius. And those who could fight against a sage realm expert could be said to be super geniuses. But what should they say about someone who had easily defeated a sage realm expert? They were a bit stunned for a moment, and they didn't know what to say. At the same time, there was some deep fear. Even their great ancestor was not a match for him, let alone them. Impossible! How could I be defeated by a small eternal realm expert? I don't believe it. The old man struggled with all his might. At this time, he had also recovered from the state of confusion, but he was even more in disbelief. His whole body was trembling, and incomparable anger was released from the bottom of his heart. For him, this was a humiliation that he had never encountered in his life. Who are you? Do you want to go against our Cloud Ink City? The old man continued to struggle, trying to scare Yi Shiwen, but he didn't know that Yi Shiwen was waiting for him. Cloud Ink City is nothing. I only have one question for you. Has Kunping been captured by you? Yi Shiwen said coldly. At this time, what he was most concerned about was the situation of the young Kunping. Yes, that's right, so what? The old man roared. He finally understood what it was about. It turned out to be about the Kunping. The Kunping had reappeared and appeared in the Kurfürst Road. There were probably more than a few people who were interested in the young Kunping. Nothing. I just want to see if this Cloud Ink City has eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts and is courting death. Yi Shiwen said with a cold smile. Many people in the surroundings looked over. Those who could enter the VIP pavilion had a high status. They also knew about the Cloud Ink City, which could be considered as a relatively large force. Although the main force was not in Yen Du Tian, they still had some face when they went out. Who dared to capture their elder and interrogate him like this was simply going to completely fall out with them. What was the background of this young man? He actually dared to go against the Cloud Ink City, or in other words, he completely looked down on the Cloud Ink City. As a force that was born and raised in the Kurfürst Road, the Cloud Ink City also had a very wide network, and there were also many experts in the Cloud Ink City. You will regret it like this. You will definitely die without a burial place after offending our Cloud Ink City, the old man shouted. It seemed that every time he said it, he could boost his confidence. Don't worry. Even if the Cloud Ink City doesn't look for me, I will look for them. They really have eaten a bear's heart and are really tired of living. Yi Shiwen's eyes were extremely cold. It could be said that he had raised the young Kunping. Although Yi Shiwen's original purpose of seizing the Kunping list was not simple, people's hearts were made of flesh. Over the years, the relationship between Yi Shiwen and the young Kunping had already been extremely good. Previously, the young Kunping had also rushed into the ancient Phoenix domain for his matter. However, after not seeing each other for more than 1,000 years, the young Kunping was actually captured. Although he did not know what method the other party used, it had already completely enraged Yi Shiwen. Many people gasped. This young man actually wanted to go to the Cloud Ink City. He was simply a monster. They looked at Yi Shiwen's eyes, and the killing intent could not be hidden at all. Perhaps it was not just words, but he was going to put it into practice. For them, this was also the first time. This young man's killing intent was shocking. Who was he? Many people were not only interested in this young man, but also in the Kunping. Everyone had heard of the power of the Kunping in the past. It was the head of the 10 great ferocious beasts, and the descendant of the demon master of the heavenly court. Just this alone was enough to attract attention. There were so many divine beasts and ferocious beasts left behind in the mythological era, but there were only a few that could stand shoulder to shoulder with the Kunping. One could imagine how eye-catching it was. Crazy, you're a madman. In the eyes of the old man, the current Yi Shiwen was already a madman. Mister, please don't act recklessly, okay? Suddenly, the divine daughter came back. Chapter 2533. The goddess looked at Yi Shiwen anxiously. She had never thought that such a thing would happen so soon after she left. The two guests were fighting on the spot. What was even more terrifying was that the delicate-looking young man had grabbed the old man in the sage realm as if he was carrying a dead dog. She could not help but look at Yi Shiwen's strength in a new light. She had originally thought that Yi Shiwen was just an ordinary god, just a little unfathomable, and she could not tell how strong he was. Now it seemed that he was more than just unfathomable. Was he a monster? How could an imperishable realm cultivator beat up a sage realm cultivator so miserably? It was not that they had never heard of such a person, but those were all invincible geniuses and monsters who dominated the entire Kurfürst Road. At the moment, there was only one sage realm cultivator in charge of the entire branch, and this was because the location was very important. Even with the power of Heaven Pavilion, it was impossible to arrange for a sage realm cultivator to be in charge of every branch. It was already considered important for a normal branch to have a god who had proven his way to be in charge. Usually it would be a demigod at the peak. Moreover, This place was so close to the ancestral land of the Yendu Z clan. The Yendu Z clan would not allow two strong cultivators to appear here. One or two might not be a big deal, but there were too many organizations with branches stationed here. They could not guarantee that nothing would happen. This was also a very big threat. Therefore, there was no one who could stop this strange young man in front of them at the moment. Only the cultivators of the Yendu Z clan could stop this young man. Yishuin glanced at the goddess and said, "What? Are you going to intervene in this matter?" "Senior, I hope you can give Heaven Pavilion some face. If you do this, it will be very difficult for us," the goddess said tactfully, but she also vaguely pointed out the behemoth that was Heaven Pavilion. In this branch, there was indeed no one who could do anything to Yishuin. However, Heaven Pavilion was not just a simple branch. It was a terrifying existence that spanned across the heavens and realms. How could such an organization not have top cultivators in charge? If one angered Heaven Pavilion, it could be said that there would be no place for them to hide. No matter where they hid, it would be difficult to avoid Heaven Pavilion's eyes and ears. As soon as they appeared, they would be hunted down. Yishuin didn't continue to act tough. Instead, he said, "All right, I'll give face to your heavenly court. I won't kill him here, but this is a personal grudge between us. I hope that your heavenly court won't intervene." The goddess couldn't help but feel somewhat helpless. She wasn't going to kill Yishuin here. However, the Heaven Pavilion wouldn't be able to settle the matter if Yishuin caused trouble here. Moreover, it would damage their prestige. However, there was no other way. It was much better than Yishuin going on a killing spree here. There were always some people in the world who disregarded the rules, and they had the ability to do so. "Cloud Ink City won't let you off if you dare kill me." The elder's eyes widened instantly and he began to panic. He never expected that this young man in front of him wasn't joking and really dared to kill him. This made him instantly terrified. He was indeed an elder of Cloud Ink City. But what was the use of this identity now? This person didn't care at all. No, it should be said that the reason why he was so unlucky was related to Cloud Ink City. The other party came for Cloud Ink City, and he wanted to use Cloud Ink City to scare the other party. Wasn't that putting the cart before the horse? When he thought of this, he couldn't help but feel a little depressed. If it were any other time, Yishuin might not kill him. However, he was completely enraged by the capture of the young Kunpeng. He was already furious about this *T Cloud Ink City. "I want to buy information now. You must have received information about the capture of the Kunpeng. I want as much as you have, all of it. The cost will be deducted from the deposit." Yishuin looked at the goddess coldly. He had paid 50 million divine source as a deposit. It was naturally more than enough to deduct some of the cost. Good. That goddess promptly went to prepare the information for Yishuin. Yishuin's eyes, in her opinion, had a kind of terrifying deterrent power. Yishuin was like a fierce beast in the starry sky when he was in a violent rage, causing her to shudder with fear. How could she afford to provoke such a person? The identity of the Heaven Pavilion could be said to be superior, but it also depended on the situation. In front of those who were truly powerful, they were nothing at all. Soon, Yishuin got the information he wanted. He directly teleported away, along with the people who came with the elder. They cried and screamed and wanted to escape, but it was of no use. They couldn't escape from Yishuin's capture. He directly abolished Yen City and then killed all these people. Tianyuan Mirror absorbed their blood essence. These days, Tianyuan Mirror had been consuming more and more energy to suppress the sword of Avicii, which made Yishuin feel a little overwhelmed. Fortunately, the energy generated from killing this master of the Sage Realm could last a little longer. He killed all of them to buy some time for himself. He wanted to prevent these people from leaking information. If possible, he still hoped to solve this matter with as little cost as possible. At this time, he carefully looked at the information that the Heaven Pavilion had obtained about the capture of the young Kunpeng. The Heaven Pavilion was indeed a spoiler when it came to information. The cause and effect of this matter were completely recorded. The Cloud Ink City was above the Taichi Heaven, another upper heaven. In the Taichi Heaven, the Cloud Ink City was considered one of the more powerful forces. According to the records, there were many experts in the Cloud Ink City, and it was very likely that there was a powerful expert at the peak of the Sage Plane in charge. Of course, these were all guesses of many. However, in the report from the Heaven Pavilion, it was clearly written that this was not a guess. There was indeed a powerful expert at the peak of the Sage Plane in charge. Although he hadn't shown himself for many years, there were records in the Heaven Pavilion's information. However, because he wanted records about the Kuan Peng, there was not a very detailed record. It was more about the Kuan Peng. Around a few tens of years ago, the rock had appeared in the Taki Heavens, and it quickly drew the attention of Ink Cloud City. Thus, Ink Cloud City made a move silently and set up a formation before finding a way to deceive the rock into it. After being besieged until now, they'd finally succeeded and captured the exhausted rock, just now. This was because what the Cloud Ink City had learned seemed to be related to the Kuan Peng. Hence, they wanted to interrogate the Kuan Peng about something related. However, the Heaven Pavilion's information did not contain any more specific information. It seemed that, due to the short period of time, they had not found out anything specific. However, this was only one aspect of the problem. While the Cloud Ink City was a big obstacle, according to the information in the Heaven Pavilion's report, there were more than 1 or 2 people who were interested in the Kuan Peng. There were even some geniuses among them. Although the young Kuan Peng had not grown up, it was still a descendant of the ancient beast. It could be said that its entire body was a treasure. In the eyes of many, it was undoubtedly a great treasure. There were more than a few people who wanted to capture it. According to the information in the Heaven Pavilion, many masters had pressured the Cloud Ink City in private, but the Cloud Ink City refused to budge, refusing to admit that they had captured the young Kuan Peng. It was only when the news was leaked and confirmed by others that it caused an uproar and attracted the attention of countless people. Originally, many people were only skeptical and did not dare to confirm it. Now that they were completely sure, they naturally would not let go of this opportunity. In another 10 days, it would be the birthday of the Cloud Ink City Lord. According to the calculations of the Heaven Pavilion, there would probably be many people who would interrogate about the Kuan Peng at the birthday banquet, and it was very likely that there would be a fight. There might even be geniuses who would personally make a move. It seems that there are many people who are interested in the little guy. Yi Shiwen's words were emotional, but there was an unparalleled murderous aura in his eyes. No matter who it was, as long as they dared to target the little guy, they had to die. He would not allow anyone to take the little guy away. However, he did not act rashly because when the time came, he might have to face more than one master at the peak of the Sage Realm. There was no need to mention the invincible master behind the Cloud Ink City. If he did not use the puppets, he would not even be a match for a master at the later stage of the Sage Realm. At most, he would be able to resist to a certain extent and stay alive. He was only at the Eternal Realm, and to be able to do this was already considered shocking in the eyes of many. However, at that moment, he felt that his true combat power was not enough at all. He opened the Tianyuan mirror. Inside the Tianyuan mirror, endless hostility spread, trying to break out of the encirclement of the blood light. It was the sword of Avicii. He had used the sword of Avicii once before, and it had severely injured Wu Zimo. He gritted his teeth. If it was really necessary, he would not be stingy with the sword of Avicii. All those who wanted to play dirty would have to come and have a taste of his sword of Avicii to see if it was as sharp as it really was. This was his hidden trump card, and he would not use it unless it was a critical moment, because it would consume too much of his energy. However, it would consume a lot of energy, and he could not use it easily, but did not mean that he could not use it. It was just some side effects. But now he had no other choice. If there was no other way, he would use the sword of Avicii to kill. Anyone who dares to come will die. Yi Shiwen's tone was firm, and there was endless murderous intent in his eyes. He spread his wings of light behind him, and his whole body turned into a stream of light in an instant, sweeping towards Tai Chi Tien in the distance. Chapter 2534. The cloud ink city of Tai Chi Heaven had been completely stirred up in the past few days. The city was originally bustling with people. Now that the birthday of the city lord was approaching, people came to congratulate him one after another. Of course, these were all reasons on the surface. In private, no one knew why they came. Since the news that Kuan Pong was in their hands spread out, such people kept coming. Some people came sincerely to congratulate the city lord, while some people naturally came for Kuan Pong. Kuan Pong had a fierce reputation since ancient times. As long as it was born, it was often a ferocious bird that could destroy the world. But now that the young Kuan Pong was captured, many people were naturally interested in many things on Kuan Pong. Not to mention the legendary memory inheritance of Kuan Pong, which belonged to the demon master Kuan Pong of the mythological era, was a treasure that attracted countless people. Because this was the first time that Kuan Pong was captured. They wanted to have such a good opportunity before, but there was no such opportunity at all. So at this moment, they naturally wanted to capture Kuan Pong. Even if Kuan Pong was the disciple of the Hidden Valley this time, it was impossible to really stop the greed of these people. In the Kurfürst Road, one was responsible for one's own life and death. It did not matter whose disciple one was. Since ancient times, were there not many top geniuses who fell here? Many of them had earth-shattering bloodlines, and many of them had shocking bloodlines that had never appeared in the world. However, although being killed could shock them for a while, it was only a momentary shock. It could not really shake them. If they wanted to blame someone, they could only blame themselves for not being good enough and being captured. Otherwise, in a few years, with Kuan Peng's talent, it was enough to dominate the Kurfürst Road and become one of the most terrifying monsters. It might even become a supreme. Who would dare to trouble it? With this thought in mind, many people rushed over from the other upper and middle heavens. For a time, there were countless experts in the city. On this day, the day the birthday banquet was about to begin, a young man in purple entered the city. There was no need to look for him at all. The crowd could lead him to the Cloud Ink City, Lord's Mansion. Yi Shiwen's divine sense spread out and swept out unscrupulously. The entire Cloud Ink City, Lord's Mansion, was like a huge imperial palace. It was magnificent, richly ornamented, and had tall city walls. It was like a small city. He scanned the area, but couldn't find the young Kuan Peng's whereabouts. He immediately understood that the young Kuan Peng was probably imprisoned in a sealing enchantment, which should be able to block out the prying of divine consciousness. Otherwise, the Kuan Peng would have found out long ago. Yi Shiwen's expression was indifferent as he followed the stream of people towards the city, Lord's Mansion. With his strength, he easily obtained an invitation and walked in. As a matter of fact, the guards weren't very strict with their checks. There were many people here, and they simply couldn't afford to offend them. Although there were experts at the Tao-confirming level-keeping watch, there were always some people who could sneak in. "Let me see what kind of people have come today," Yi Shiwen said coldly. In a spacious secret room, the enchantment was opened. A huge pool of blood was constantly boiling. Golden blood dripped from the body of the Kuan Peng. The huge body of the Kuan Peng was nailed in the air. It was constantly struggling, but every time it struggled, a talisman would explode on its body, injuring it. In front of the Kuan Peng, a middle-aged man stood with his hands behind his back. He looked at the Kuan Peng indifferently and said, "Why do you have to suffer like this? As long as you hand over the inheritance, I will naturally give you a quick death," he said coldly. If he wasn't afraid that the self-destruction restriction in the Kuan Peng's mind would activate, he would have already extracted the spirit of the Kuan Peng to check it. His expression was unusually indifferent, without any expression at all. In his eyes, this Kuan Peng's entire body was a treasure. The inheritance in his mind could establish a powerful king's sect. If he was lucky, it might even be possible for him to attain the Tao again. Moreover, his body could be refined into a precious treasure, and his blood was also a great tonic. He had spent a lot of effort to lure the Kuan Pung into the trap. He had even paid a huge price to finally capture the Kuan Pung. Now, it was finally time to reap the harvest. As for those who harbored evil intentions, he was very clear that they had come for the Kuan Pung. However, the Kuan Pung was already in his hands. How could he hand it over? Even if the Hidden Valley sent people to fight for it, it would be useless. This was because he had also invited experts to help him. This time he had to keep the Kuan Pung. The Demon Master's inheritance in the Kuan Pang's bloodline might be able to help them escape from this damned Kurfürst road. It would allow them to break through and reach a whole new realm. Don't even think about it. You will die. My big brother will definitely not let you off. The Kuan Pang's voice was abnormally weak. However, it was the voice of a young man. Big brother? What big brother? Are you trying to scare me? As far as I know, you are the only one in the Kuan Pang's bloodline. The middle-aged man sneered and said, Speaking of which, we are also relatives. Our race also has a trace of the Kuan Pang's bloodline. With your blood essence, our entire race can transform into a Kuan Pang. At that time, the glory of the Kuan Pang will be restored. The glory of the ancient demon master will be restored. Isn't this good? Don't resist and obediently hand over the inheritance. Don't even think about it. Your race is not my race at all. You just use some unknown method to integrate the Kuan Pang's bloodline into your bloodline. However, a fake will always be fake. It can't be real. You are still lowly. The Kuan Pang said in a low and weak voice. The middle-aged man's expression suddenly turned ugly. He coldly snorted, and suddenly, countless talismans exploded. The Kuan Pang was covered in cuts and bruises. This was also a humiliation to their race. They wanted to completely transform into a Kuan Pang because the Kuan Pang's bloodline was one of the noblest bloodlines in the world. Their original bloodline was nothing compared to the Kuan Pang's bloodline. Stubborn. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. I think I'll have a good talk with you after I send these people away. This middle-aged man was the city lord of Ink Cloud City. He waved his sleeve and instantly disappeared from this secret chamber. The entire city, Lord's Mansion, was filled with a joyous atmosphere at this moment. For ordinary people, they didn't know about the various paths in the upper echelons. All they could see was that today was the birthday of the city, Lord of Ink Cloud City. After cultivating to the level of God, even if they lived as long as the heavens, they still attached great importance to their birthday that was held once every 10,000 years. Yi Shiwen followed the crowd into the city, Lord's Mansion. Because there were too many people who came to congratulate him, the entire birthday banquet was not held indoors. Instead, it was held on a very wide square. This was the place where the juniors of Ink Cloud City usually cultivated. Now, it was vacated to hold the birthday banquet. Yi Shiwen found a table and sat down. He waited quietly and suppressed the killing intent in his heart. The crowd around him was moving. Countless people were discussing this matter in annoyance. There were constantly juniors of Ink Cloud City shuttling back and forth, either serving dishes or refilling wine. The atmosphere was already very lively even before the banquet started. Yi Shiwen closed his eyes and sensed the surroundings. He could clearly feel that there were several auras looming in the surroundings. They were not ordinary auras, but very powerful auras that were hidden in the surroundings. Even he felt very afraid of them. However, he didn't say anything. He just smiled coldly. In his eyes, these people were no different from dead people. The waiters in the square were constantly announcing the names of the big shots who came. From time to time, it would cause many people to exclaim. They were all big shots of the Tai Chi heavens who hadn't shown their faces for many years. They were experts of the sage realm. Many of them were even top experts from other heavens. At this time, they appeared one after another. Many people sighed with emotion. The rallying power of Ink Cloud City Governor is really great. There are actually so many people coming to congratulate Guo. However, not everyone knew that most of these people had probably come for the sake of the young rock and not the Ink Cloud City governor. Even those who knew about it kept their mouths shut. They hoped that the fewer people who knew about it, the better. This way, they would have a better chance. But soon, the atmosphere of this festive birthday banquet suddenly changed. "Friend, why didn't you say that you came to our Ink Cloud City as a guest?" Just as everyone was drinking, they only saw a huge hand suddenly grabbing out from the void, grabbing towards another part of the void. In that part of the void, a figure fell out, but before he could dodge, he was grabbed to death by the huge hand. Many people didn't know what had happened, and it was already over. But Yi Shiwen saw it clearly. Everything was within the range of his eye of redemption. That figure was clearly an expert of the Sage Realm. He wanted to take advantage of the chaos to kill his way into the city, Lord's residence, and find the Kuinpeng. But who knew that he would be discovered and killed? Such strength could not be said to be weak. Yi Shiwen secretly thought that if he didn't guess wrong, this should be the expert at the peak of the Sage Realm who was in charge of the Ink Cloud City. Only such an expert could casually pinch a Sage Realm expert to death. Finally willing to show up? Yi Shiwen sneered. What the hell is going on? Many people who didn't know the inside story were curious. Why would someone want to make trouble at the birthday banquet? Could it be to assassinate the Ink Cloud City Lord? If that was the case, it would be too stupid. There were so many experts present. Wouldn't he be courting death by doing this? But there were also many people who knew the truth. At this moment, they couldn't help but gasp. Although they had heard rumors about the expert behind the Ink Cloud City, they couldn't help but be a little scared when they saw him in action. However, they were also very clear that today's show had just begun. Chapter 2535. Many people were well aware of the rocks incident, but at this moment, this move had frightened a considerable number of experts. This was also the objective of Ink Cloud City. As the saying went, hitting a person who was down was the nature of almost all living beings. If these people weren't deterred, then even if they were really here to attend the birthday banquet, they would inevitably bare their fangs in the end. After all, the rocks incident was too eye-catching. Those with discerning eyes understood very well that this was a show of might. What exactly happened? How did this happen? Generally speaking, even if someone came to cause trouble, they would rarely choose to kill under such circumstances. They didn't give any chance to explain at all. Everyone wasn't a fool, and they quickly realized that there was definitely something wrong with this. However, at this moment, they were also waiting to see what would happen, and no one wanted to stand out. The Ink Cloud City governor has arrived. Along with a drawn-out voice, a figure slowly appeared in front of everyone, and it was none other than the Ink Cloud City governor. Many people immediately stood up to greet him and salute him. Thank you, everyone, for attending my birthday banquet. It's my honor. The Ink Cloud City governor cupped his hands and said to the surroundings after sitting on his seat, Congratulations, City Governor, for your boundless longevity. Congratulations, City Governor, for your boundless fortune. Everyone congratulated him. The Ink Cloud City governor looked around and said, Although there was some unpleasantness today, I believe it's just some small fry. Everyone don't mind it. Today is my birthday banquet, and no one will leave until they're drunk. Ink Cloud City governor, I'm afraid the other party isn't a small fry. As far as I know, your Ink Cloud City seems to have caught a rock. Is that true? Someone spoke using ventriloquism, and the voice appeared in all directions. It was impossible to find out who exactly said this. What, a rock? Why is there a rock? Dafa, it can't really be a rock, right? Many people's eyes lit up. Then, the originally quiet scene suddenly exploded and became completely chaotic. Many people didn't know why the atmosphere was so strange today. Many people didn't look like they were here to celebrate the birthday. Now, everything became clear. So it turned out that they'd come for the rock. If it was an ordinary thing, then threatening Ink Cloud City for some sort of treasure of the heavens, and the earth would probably not be a good idea. But the rock was different, and it might be related to the secret of becoming an Emperor Realm expert. Such a fortuitous encounter was rare. If they were outside the Kurfürst Road, they might attract the crazy attacks of the Hidden Valley Watchers. But here, even the Hidden Valley Watchers were useless. King-ranked experts couldn't enter and could only watch from the outside. If they had the ability, they could charge into the Kurfürst Road. As long as there were no king-ranked experts who charged into the Kurfürst Road, the Cloud Ink City would not be easy to deal with. I don't know where you got this information, but I can tell you that there's no such thing. Although the city lord of Cloud Ink City had expected this to happen, he was still in a bad mood when he saw it for himself. But he couldn't figure out who said it. This person spoke with divine thoughts, and he was really too cunning. Don't lie to us. Do you really think we have nothing better to do than to come here to celebrate your birthday? Someone said unceremoniously in the dark. That's right. Hand over the rock. Such a fierce beast is not something you can touch at all. Yes, hand over the rock. It seems that you've come prepared. The city lord of Cloud Ink City said coldly, but you'd better think it through. Don't blame me for being impolite if you cause trouble at my birthday banquet. You don't have to scare us. Everyone knows very well who's in the right and who's in the wrong. We also know very well whether you've caught the rock or not. Hand it over obediently. Someone said again, You're courting death. The city lord of Cloud Ink City snorted coldly, and a shocking light burst out from his eyes. He grabbed out with his big hand and directly pulled a huge, fierce beast out of the crowd. The expert at the early stage of the imperishable realm was grabbed by him, and he turned into a cloud of blood mist in the air. He was the one who spoke earlier. Even though it wasn't all of them, he was still one of them. Whoever's making noise will suffer the same fate as him. The city lord of Cloud Ink City spoke coldly and emotionlessly, yet he had such confidence. Most of the people present were utterly unable to arouse the slightest thought of resisting because it had already exceeded the limits of their strength. You don't have to scare us. Do you really think we're afraid of you? That's right. Old geezer, don't go too far. You're courting death. However, many voices rebounded back in an even more intense manner. The expression of the city lord of Cloud Ink City became even more unsightly. These people had obviously grasped the principle that the law couldn't be enforced when there were too many, and they'd come to cause trouble. Yet he couldn't do anything about it. Many people started to discuss this matter in secret. According to this situation, it was very likely that the matter of Cloud Ink City capturing the rock was true. It was possible for a single person to make a mistake, but so many people had obviously come for the rock, so it was impossible for them to make a mistake. If you want to cause trouble at my birthday banquet, then come out. I'll take care of all of you. The city lord of Cloud Ink City instantly stood up from his throne, and his gaze swept towards the crowd. In an instant, his boundless divine sense swept out, and it directly scanned over 100 people amongst the thousands of people that had come to attend the birthday banquet in a formidable array. It was the person who spoke in secret just now. Even though he alone was unable to pay attention to so many people, there were many experts from Cloud Ink City present, and he'd completely found all those people and notified the city lord of Cloud Ink City. There were experts from various races amongst the 100 people that were pointed out, but they had a common characteristic, and that was that they were all formidable experts at the Tao validation realm or above. If it wasn't for that, they wouldn't dare to get involved in this matter. No matter if it was the side of Cloud Ink City or the side of the rock, they weren't existences that ordinary people could afford to offend. Such a force couldn't be called a small force no matter where it was. Even though he hadn't found all of them, it was already considered to be a very large force. Old geezer, what are you trying to do? Everyone, let's attack together. There's no need to be afraid of them. This time, Cloud Ink City can be considered to have incurred public wrath. They want to take the rock for themselves? Dream on. When these 100 people saw that they couldn't continue hiding, they naturally couldn't be bothered to do so. As experts at the Tao validation realm, they naturally had such confidence, and they represented a force behind them. Moreover, they didn't believe that Cloud Ink City dared to offend so many forces at the same time. But obviously, they'd underestimated Cloud Ink City's current determination. In order to protect the rock and realize the plan of transforming their entire race into rock, they'd already gone completely mad. All right, since all of you want to die, then don't blame me for not holding back. I'll send all of you to heaven. The city lord of Cloud Ink City spoke coldly, and his eyes were filled with extreme horror. Bang! The entire divine kingdom was instantly released, and it enveloped the entire square. What? You actually dare to attack? Bastard! Do you know the consequences of doing this? Are you crazy? Instantly, there was a wave of shouting, and those who weren't included in the 100 people retreated successively and didn't dare to approach. They directly left the square. Let's go. We have 100 people, so why should we be afraid of him? Someone shouted loudly. All of them realized that this time, Cloud Ink City would absolutely not back down. Although they didn't have any powerful experts among them, they had many people, and this was their greatest advantage. Bang! 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 Countless powerful auras swept up in the sky, forming a terrifying astral wind that raged out. Countless divinities erupted with brilliant light, and the power that erupted from the joint forces of 100 experts at the Tao validation realm could be imagined how terrifying it was. The heavens and the earth were shaking, and it was like the terrifying scene of an earth dragon turning over. Rumble! All the attacks landed in front of the city lord of Cloud Ink City, and they directly exploded, sweeping up a boundless energy frenzy, and at that instant, a large area of the space shattered. That terrifying attack attracted everyone's attention. However, more people cried out in surprise. There were many people present with good eyesight, and they clearly saw that all the attacks were stopped by a barrier when they rushed to the city, Lord of Cloud Ink City. They didn't hurt him at all. Then a bloody light soared into the sky, and a powerful expert, the peak of a mortal level, was grabbed to death on the spot. A figure flashed in front of him. This person was none other than the city, Lord of Cloud Ink City. However, this was just the beginning. The city lord of Cloud Ink City's attack was like a tidal wave, and it was extremely fast. There were only a few people who could see it on the spot. Many people didn't even see what happened at all, and they found that the 100 people suddenly exploded and were slaughtered in an instant. By the time many people reacted, only the city, Lord of Cloud Ink City, was left in the void. Everyone was as silent as a cicada in winter, and a pin drop could be heard. Everyone was shocked by such a ferocious way of doing things, and they more or less thought that the law couldn't punish the masses. Who would have thought that the city lord of Cloud Ink City would really kill all of them? Not only did these 100 people represent themselves, but they also represented the major forces that had yet to show themselves. Even the city lord of Cloud Ink City couldn't bear to offend so many major forces in one go. Who else wants to come? I'll send him to hell as well. The city lord of Cloud Ink City said coldly, and there was a hint of madness in his eyes. All of you must become the blood sacrifice for my clan's transformation and become the witness of my clan's supreme glory. I'll do it. A lazy voice resounded from outside the battlefield, and then a violet-robed young man slowly walked out from the crowd and into the battlefield. He walked directly into the divine kingdom of the city governor of Ink Cloud City without the slightest scruple. Chapter 2536. The sudden appearance of this purple-robed young man instantly attracted everyone's attention. Who are you? The city lord's gaze was icy cold as he glanced at Yi Shiwen and asked, I'm here to ask you something. Yi Shiwen said indifferently. His tone was flat, as if he was talking about someone else's matter, and it didn't change because of the city lord. Today is my birthday banquet. If you're willing to give me face, Then we'll talk about it after today's banquet. The city lord couldn't figure out Yi Shiwen's objective, so he didn't dare to make a move casually. Everyone was very clear that the city lord's meaning was that if Yi Shiwen wasn't willing to give him face, then don't blame him for falling out. Everyone shook their heads helplessly when they heard the words of the city lord of Cloud Ink City that were filled with killing intent. If they were still doubting whether the city lord of Cloud Ink City dared to make a move earlier, then they were definitely not doubtful anymore now. Face? What face do you have? Why should I give you face? Yi Shiwen said coldly. Everyone was in an uproar. Didn't this purple-robed young man see how the city lord looked when he started a massacre? Does he want to completely infuriate the city lord? The city lord stared fixedly at Yi Shiwen, and his face revealed a hideous and distorted expression as he said coldly, "Since I became the city lord of Ink Cloud City, no one has ever dared to say such words to me. Looks like you're really tired of living." As soon as he finished speaking, dozens of powerful experts appeared around Yi Shiwen. They were the ones who were hiding in the crowd just now. However, they didn't have the opportunity to attack because all of them were killed by the city lord of Cloud Ink City. Now, they had made a move and surrounded Yi Shiwen. That's because you haven't met me. Today, I'm here to destroy your place and take your life. The purple-robed young man spoke arrogantly with a cold expression, and he didn't take the city lord seriously at all. Instantly, everyone was shocked. After seeing the ruthless methods of the city lord of Ink Cloud City, this purple-robed young man still dared to be so arrogant. Could it be that he has some trump card that he hasn't shown? Good, good, good. The city lord of Ink Cloud City said good 3 times, and he was so angry that he gnashed his teeth with a livid expression. If he couldn't deal with this damnable fellow today, then his Ink Cloud City would be completely humiliated. Boom! A terrifying divinity surged out from the city lord of Cloud Ink City, and the terrifying aura instantly turned into boundless gales and storms. Compared to before, his strength was actually a notch higher. Everyone was extremely astounded when they saw this because the city governor of Ink Cloud City actually didn't use his full strength earlier, and this was unbelievable in their opinion. Old bastard, I'll ask you again. Hand over the rock and I can let you go. He completely ignored the aura that erupted from the Cloud Ink City Lord. He also completely ignored the fact that he was in the divine kingdom of the Cloud Ink City Lord. Kill him! The city lord of Ink Cloud City roared furiously, and the dozens of powerful experts pounced towards Yi Shiwen. Among these people, the weakest was at the demigod peak, and they could compete with Tao confirmation experts. There were even many Eternal Realm experts among them. It could be said that all the elites of the Ink Cloud City had come out, and the Ink Cloud City was also well prepared. They didn't come to deal with Yi Shiwen, but to deal with the experts from various forces who came to pressure them. This time they had already made up their mind that even if they had to go against the whole world, they had to facilitate this matter and transform the entire clan into the Rock bloodline. In that case, their clan would usher in a brand new glory. After transforming into the Rock bloodline, their cultivation would also become smooth. Yi Shiwen didn't dodge at all, and it was as if he was bound by the God rule chains around him. At that moment, the infinite laws of the divine kingdom turned into chains and entangled him. All the laws were completely ineffective at this moment, and only the city lord of Ink Cloud City was the only true God. Rumble. These attacks blasted directly into the body of the young man in the purple robe, but everyone was shocked to find that these attacks couldn't do anything to the young man in the purple robe at all. It could even be said that all these attacks blasted into the void. The space around the young man in the purple robe was like a black hole, devouring all the attacks. Everyone was too familiar with this scene. It was the special technique of the Eternal Realm. But how could he still use this move unscathed when he was suppressed by the divine kingdom of the Sage Realm? At this moment, the elites that had been accumulated in the Ink Cloud City for hundreds of thousands of years all flew out and pounced in front of Yi Shiwen. They were about to form a matrix in an instant and work together to break the space around Yi Shiwen. At this moment, countless flames suddenly burst out of Yi Shiwen's body, burning fiercely. It completely ignored the control of the city lord of Ink Cloud City on the laws, burning fiercely. Several experts who were close to him only had time to use their power tools to protect themselves, and they were devoured by the flames. However, these flames instantly burned the divine weapons on them into a pool of hot molten iron, and the moment the divine weapons were broken, they were also burning fiercely. After a while, they were burned to ashes amidst screams. The rest of them took the opportunity to escape. When they were far away, they looked at the few powerhouses who had been burned alive in horror. There were demigods, immortal levels, and even immortal levels among them. However, they were all burned into ashes. There was no difference whether their strength was high or low. It was just that the stronger ones would burn for a slightly longer time. Everyone couldn't help but gasp when they saw the miserable state of these Cloud Ink City experts. They stared at Yi Shiwen with horrified eyes. That's the Phoenix Clan's Nanming mythical fire. You're from the Phoenix Clan. The city lord of Ink, Cloud City, cried out involuntarily. If it was that behemoth, then it would be troublesome. In the ancient Phoenix realm, a starving camel was still bigger than a horse. Even if it was severely injured, it was still more terrifying than the Hidden Valley. The Nanming mythical fire was the symbolic flame of the Phoenix Clan. Disregarding those people from before, this time it could be considered that there was a true behemoth expert involved. Sir, we and the ancient Phoenix realm have minded our own business, and we've never offended the ancient Phoenix realm. Do you want to fight to the death with us? The city lord of Ink Cloud City said. They might have a way to deal with ordinary forces, but if a behemoth like the ancient Phoenix realm were to take action, the consequences would be too severe. They could continuously deploy experts from other places. Finally, a trace of uneasiness rose in his heart. Who I am has nothing to do with you. I just want to ask if you're going to hand over Kuanpong. If you're not going to hand over Kuanpong, then no one will be spared today. You can be removed from the ancient Phoenix realm in the future. Yi Shiwen sneered. His words were even more arrogant than before. However, no one would treat his words as a joke anymore. The Ink Cloud City might have considerable strength. However, this expert in front of them, who was suspected to be from the ancient Phoenix realm, not only had a terrifying cultivation, but also represented a behemoth like the ancient Phoenix realm. Don't push it too far. The eyes of the city, lord of Ink Cloud City, were fixed on Yi Shiwen, who was wrapped in a layer of flame in the sky. He noticed that his holy kingdom could not extend in. This ball of flame had blocked the penetration of the holy kingdom. This was something that had never happened before. It was not that he had not encountered those heavenly flames in the past, but none of them could block his holy kingdom. That was because even the heavenly flames were a type of flame. Since it was a flame, it had to follow the rules of fire. As long as the rules of fire were removed from his holy kingdom, no matter what kind of flame it would not be able to burn. Then this kind of heaven and earth would be destroyed in the future. This was something that could be done by experts of the Sage Realm, and it was also their greatest reliance. In front of them, no matter what rules they cultivated, it was impossible to get away with it. Even if the ancient Phoenix Realm is said to be extremely powerful in the outside world, it's impossible for you to dominate the Kurfürst Road. The city lord of Ink Cloud City said coldly, but he did not take action directly. He was even more fearful of the ancient Phoenix realm. Don't talk nonsense with me. You even dared to capture Kuanping. What's there to talk about? Yi Shiwen was too lazy to talk to him. Then you can die. The pupils of the city, lord of Ink Cloud City, suddenly shrank, and then instantly enlarged. His body appeared in front of Yi Shiwen without a sound, and a slap directly slapped toward Yi Shiwen. With his strength, it was too easy for him to kill an Eternal Realm silently. Ordinary Eternal Realm experts could not keep up with his speed at all, let alone in the Holy Nation. Bang! At the critical moment, Yi Shiwen actually reacted. He raised his hand and fiercely slapped the city, Lord of Ink Cloud City. However, to everyone's surprise, it was not Yi Shiwen who was sent flying. Instead, it was the city lord of Ink Cloud City who was sent flying in the void. He kept somersaulting, and a huge crack appeared in the void because of his body. It was imaginable how much force he had endured. Ah! The city lord of Ink Cloud City originally only let out a muffled groan, but he suddenly screamed. Everyone saw that his entire arm was suddenly burning with Nanmingli fire, and it was burning fiercely. Moreover, it was spreading at a shocking speed, and it was about to burn his entire body alive into charcoal. Bang! At this critical moment, the city lord of Ink Cloud City broke one of his arms, and his entire arm was broken from the shoulder. Blood splattered, and it rained blood in the void. This barely stopped the flames from continuing to spread to other parts of his body, and he got a chance to breathe. Chapter 25:37. Yi Shiwen had severely injured the city lord of Ink Cloud City with a single blow. Even the craziest person didn't expect that the city lord of Ink Cloud City would almost be killed with a single blow. How could it go on like this? Even the people who were used to seeing life and death were stunned by his ruthless strength. Even in the Tai Chi Tian, the city lord of Ink Cloud City could still be regarded as a first-class expert. In the Tai Chi Tian, there weren't many who dared to say that they could defeat the city lord of Ink Cloud City. Everyone was dumbfounded. When Yi Shiwen attacked just now, they only felt that this person's strength was extraordinary, but they didn't expect that he would be so strong. The city lord of Ink Cloud City was in an extremely sorry state. His figure tore a huge crack in the void before he stopped. Hand over the rock, or the entire Ink Cloud City will be annihilated today. Yi Shiwen's expression was cold, and his eyes seemed to have lost their spirit. However, this was the most terrifying appearance. You're provoking the entire Tai Chi Tian. Do you really think that there are no experts in the Tai Chi Tian? At this moment, the city lord of Ink Cloud City said forcefully because his final trump card hadn't appeared yet. Who do you think you are to represent the Tai Chi Tian? Today, let alone the Tai Chi Tian. Even if the Kurfürst Road is my enemy, I'll take the rock away. I've already given you a chance. But since you don't cherish it, then die obediently. As soon as Yi Shiwen's voice fell, his figure had already appeared in front of the city lord of Ink Cloud City. A pair of wings flapped behind him, and he slapped towards the city lord of Ink Cloud City. Bang! The city lord of Ink Cloud City didn't even have time to react before he was slapped away, because he didn't feel any traces of spatial fluctuations at all, so he wasn't on guard at all. How could his movement technique be so fast? However, he didn't know that Yi Shiwen's light wings were about to evolve into space wings. Yi Shiwen's understanding of the power of space was far superior to ordinary sage realm experts. Therefore, the city lord of Cloud Ink City didn't feel anything at all. Gosh, how can he be so strong? Today, Ink Cloud City is completely screwed. It's over. This time it's going to be big. Everyone felt that it was truly too unreal, and it was as if they were dreaming because the Ink Cloud City's governor hadn't even done anything before being beaten down. Many of the people present weren't on good terms with Cloud Ink City or had conflicts of interest. They were willing to see such a scene from the bottom of their hearts. Even if Cloud Ink City didn't die this time, its prestige would suffer a great fall, and this was beneficial to them. Ah, you're courting death. The city lord of Ink Cloud City felt extremely humiliated. He roared crazily, and his holy kingdom unfolded instantly. He wanted to confront Yi Shiwen head-on. Suddenly, he saw a big, clean hand grabbing in from outside the void and crushed the holy kingdom. Then, it grabbed the neck of the city lord of Ink Cloud City. Like grabbing a dead dog, it clutched his neck, and the aura that was about to erupt in his body was suppressed all of a sudden. The word seal fell from the sky and sealed his whole body. The word seal was ridiculously powerful, and the city lord of Ink Cloud City couldn't break free at all. The strength in his whole body was restrained in his body, and he couldn't move at all. His eyes were full of horror as he looked at Yi Shiwen. There was actually such a monster. From the beginning to the end, Yi Shiwen had almost casually defeated him and cleanly destroyed him. He understood that he'd kicked an iron plate this time. He'd been too careless, and he should have asked the great elder behind him to make a move at the first possible moment. But he had wanted to establish his might, wanted to establish supreme prestige. But in the end, he had failed miserably. He had been captured like a dead dog by an imperishable realm junior. It was an unparalleled humiliation. From now on, not to mention establishing prestige, it would be an extravagant hope if he could maintain his original prestige. Hand it over obediently, or you're dead today. Yi Shiwen said coldly. Although he was decisive in killing, he was not a homicidal maniac. It would be best if he didn't have to kill to solve the problem. More importantly, he didn't want to waste any more time. The matter of the hundreds of masters joining forces to attack seemed like a joke, but in fact it represented the many forces that were interested in the rock. There were indigenous people who were born and raised here, and there were also foreign super forces. There were many masters among these forces. At the moment, there were only gods in the eternal realm and the eternal realm. But as time went on, it was inevitable that there would be many existences at the later stage of the Sage Realm, and even those at the peak of the Sage Realm. When that time came, there would really be a big problem. He had to end the battle quickly and leave as soon as possible. His face was livid, and he shouted, "Great Elder, are you still not going to make a move?" Stubborn. Yi Shiwen snorted coldly. Looking at him, he knew that the city, Lord of Ink Cloud City, was going to resist until the end. "Do you think someone can save you? How ridiculous!" As soon as he reached out, the city Lord of Ink Cloud City immediately found it difficult to even breathe. "Stop!" Suddenly, a cold shout came from the void above the vault of heaven. Then, a big hand tore the space apart and clawed towards Yi Shiwen's direction. "Humph!" Yi Shiwen snorted coldly, and his whole body moved hundreds of miles away as if he had teleported, avoiding the big hand. An old man slowly walked down from the sky, staring at Yi Shiwen with cold eyes. In the beginning, it was he who had made a move and killed the guy who wanted to sneak in with a slap. His strength could be said to be unfathomable. "Young man, if you put him down now, we can still negotiate." The old man said coldly. If it was an ordinary person, he wouldn't care. But it was the city Lord of Ink Cloud City, and he couldn't let it go. Hand over the rock, and everything can be discussed. Yi Shiwen didn't talk nonsense. This old man seemed to have more authority than the city Lord of Ink Cloud City. "What's your relationship with the rock?" the old man asked coldly. "You don't need to know that. Hand over the recoil shock, or he will die." Yi Shiwen shook his head, and he didn't intend to say it. "You're courting death!" the old man shouted coldly, and instantly rushed out. Fast! 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 It was simply fast to the extreme, and he rushed to Yi Shiwen in an instant. With just his own speed, he was extremely fast. A hand knife chopped toward Yi Shiwen's arm, and he wanted to cut Yi Shiwen's arm in half on the spot to rescue him. Yi Shiwen's reaction wasn't slow either. Since this old man came out, he had been extremely careful and didn't relax for a moment. This old man's hand knife was simply much more terrifying than ordinary divine weapons. Yi Shiwen didn't think much, and he directly blocked the city, Lord of Ink Cloud City, in his hand. But only a scream was heard, and the city, Lord of Ink Cloud City, was cut into half on the spot. His body was cut into half, and his spirit was destroyed. He was killed instantly. The strength of the great elder of Cloud Ink City had already reached a terrifying realm. Even the city governor of Cloud Ink City, a first-class expert like Tai Chi Tin, was no match for him. "How dare you!" The great elder of Ink Cloud City was fuming with anger. Not only did this move not save Yi Shiwen, but it had also killed the city, Lord of Ink Cloud City. This alone could be said to be a great blow to the vitality of Ink Cloud City. It should be known that Ink Cloud City seemed to have a lot of masters, but in reality, they were far less powerful than the Z family of Yondu. Apart from himself, the only master above the Sage Realm was the city, Lord of Ink Cloud City. The two of them were supporting the situation of Ink Cloud City, and now that one of them was dead, it was equivalent to the collapse of a pillar. Such a loss could not be said to be small. Yi Shiwen sneered, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. This was the moment. He had been waiting for this opportunity since just now. Since he knew that there might be a master at the peak of the Sage Realm behind Ink Cloud City, he had been planning how to kill this old man as soon as possible. If people knew that he was actually planning to kill a master at the peak of the Sage Realm, they would definitely think that Yi Shiwen had gone mad. Masters at the peak of the Sage Realm were also the top masters in the Kurfürst Road. Although there were strong and weak ones among them, even the weakest one was far more terrifying than people imagined. Just now, the great elder of Ink Cloud City had shown such terrifying cultivation, and Yi Shiwen actually wanted to plot against them. Roar! A loud, beastly roar came from Yi Shiwen's body. At that critical moment, a huge iron-skinned beast's claw leaped out of the void and grabbed the great elder of Cloud Ink City. Because its speed was swift to the extreme, it seemed to be slightly faster than the Grand Elder of Ink Cloud City, and even the Grand Elder of Ink Cloud City wasn't able to react completely. Even though he immediately dodged, the beast's claw still tore through the layers of space and grabbed onto his body, tearing out a large piece of flesh from his lower abdomen. What was that just now? Everyone was dumbfounded. After all that had happened, the sky seemed to have just responded. Between the two of them, the space was torn by the beast claw, and finally a crack appeared. Everyone stared dumbfoundedly at the Grand Elder of Cloud Ink City, who was drenched in blood. A large piece of flesh had been torn off his abdomen, and his internal organs could be seen. That bloody scene caused everyone to shudder with fear. What caused them to shudder with fear wasn't this bloody scene, but who was capable of injuring the Grand Elder of Ink Cloud City. That was the peak of the Sage Realm. They were already standing at the peak of all the Sage Realm, and even ordinary late-stage Sage Realm cultivators would not be able to hurt them. Yi Shiwen actually had a trump card on him, and he had been holding back and not using it. He was really too scheming. It was too fast just now. I didn't even see clearly what happened. He still has such a trump card. No wonder he dared to come looking for trouble. Coming here today is really worth it. Ink Cloud City is going to be in big trouble. Chapter 2538. Many people became excited. Perhaps they would be able to witness a shocking battle today. It had been a long time since they had seen such a battle. One side was a master at the peak of the Sage Realm, while the other side was not, but still had means that could rival a master at the peak of the Sage Realm. Such a battle was rare. No wonder Yi Shiwen had no fear even when facing a powerful master at the peak of the Sage Realm. It turned out that he had such means. What means did you use? What are you hiding in your body? The chief elder of the Cloud Ink City had profound cultivation, and he was the first to react. He could vaguely see that the beast claw had come out of Yi Shiwen's body. He didn't care that a large piece of flesh had been scratched off his body. This wasn't a big deal. After a while, he had almost recovered. However, he couldn't figure out Yi Shiwen's background, and this made him a little fearful. The Cloud Ink City Lord had already failed miserably, and he couldn't fail miserably as well. Otherwise, it would be too shameful. If you want to know, then come and see for yourself. Yi Shiwen could not help but sneer. His eyes were extremely cold. He did not want to delay any longer. Whoosh! The thunder dragon halberd in his hand instantly shot out. It turned into a thunder dragon and broke through the sky, directly attacking the chief elder of the Cloud Ink City. Whoosh! The chief elder of the Cloud Ink City's holy kingdom instantly unfolded. Yi Shiwen instantly felt as if he had fallen into mud, unable to move forward at all. Compared to the chief elder of the Cloud Ink City's Holy Kingdom, the city lord of the Cloud Ink City's Holy Kingdom was far inferior. Now, even Yi Shiwen felt that it was troublesome. However, it was just troublesome. The light wings behind him spread out, and his speed was extremely fast. The Thunder Dragon halberd only dragged a bolt of lightning in the sky, and it had already slashed in front of the chief elder of the Cloud Ink City. Bang! The chief elder of the Cloud Ink City raised his hand and created a barrier, blocking the Thunder Dragon halberd. At the same time, the beast claw in Yi Shiwen's body grabbed out again, grabbing at the chief elder of the Cloud Ink City. The previous attack was a feint, and this was the real attack. Do you think I didn't guard against this? The great elder of Cloud Ink City had just suffered a great loss, so how could he not be on guard at all? He immediately sneered, and the divinity on his body formed a big hand that collided head-on with the beast claw. Bang! Both sides collided fiercely, setting off an endless frenzy. Just when everyone thought that Yi Shiwen's attack had failed, they discovered that this beast claw had actually crushed the divinity of the great elder of the Cloud Ink City. Then it once again grabbed towards the great elder of the Cloud Ink City. Ah! The grand elder of Ink Cloud City let out a shrill cry as half of his body was almost crushed by the beast's claw. He only had the time to jump out swiftly before he swallowed a medicinal pill right away, and the injuries on his body healed at a shocking speed. His eyes were fixed on Yi Shiwen. He was in an incomparably awkward situation. He was particularly depressed in his heart. He had miscalculated. He had miscalculated again. The beast claw inside Yi Shiwen's body was more difficult to deal with than he had imagined. Not only was it powerful, but the iron-skinned beast claw seemed to be made of a very special material. Therefore, it could easily break his divinity. It was like brine dipping into tofu. No one knew why, but rather than saying that his divinity was broken, it was better to say that his divinity was melted. He could feel that it should not be a living creature, as it did not have any characteristics that a living creature should have. He did not feel a single breath of life, but its power was so terrifying. With his many years of experience, he could easily guess what it was. "It's a puppet," he shouted. At this moment, everyone only knew what the beast claw was. It turned out to be a type of puppet. However, everyone was even more shocked. Puppets were not rare, and there were many legacies of cultivating puppets in the Kurfürst's Road. However, those that could cultivate puppets to the point that they could fight against the peak of the Sage Plain were extremely rare. They had already climbed to the peak of this path. Where did he get this puppet from? Or was he actually a puppet master? If he really was a puppeteer, then it would be terrifying. It was common knowledge that the strength of a puppeteer lay in the puppets, and there was often a gap between the strength of the puppets themselves and that of the puppets. Some were even worlds apart. Even so, Yi Shiwen's achievements were obvious to all. It was not difficult for him to deal with ordinary Sage Realm cultivators. Everyone stared at Yi Shiwen, wanting to see the legendary puppet that was said to be able to fight against the pinnacle of the Sage Plain. There were even many who revealed greedy looks. If it were an ordinary cultivator, their strength would have been tyrannical, and it would have been impossible for them to get their hands on it. However, the puppet was different. If they could get their hands on the puppet, wouldn't they immediately have the strength and qualifications to fight against the pinnacle of the Sage Plain? Just thinking about it made him feel excited, and his blood was boiling. Although he knew that this secret could not be kept for long, Yi Shiwen was still a little surprised that the chief elder of Cloud Ink City saw through it after only 2 sneak attacks. The chief elder had cultivated for so many years. Not only was he powerful, but his eyesight was also hard for Yi Shiwen to catch up with. He was very knowledgeable. "I didn't expect you to see through it, but it's useless. Today is the day you die." Yi Shiwen's expression was cold, and he did not panic just because his trump card was seen through. "So this is your trump card, but it's useless. A puppet will always be a puppet. No matter how powerful a puppet is, it is still a puppet. It can't fight against a real living thing. After knowing Yi Shiwen's trump card, the chief elder of Cloud Ink City relaxed. The real horror was the unknown. Go to hell. A sword appeared in the hand of the great elder of the Cloud Ink City, and he slashed it down towards Yi Shiwen. It was a miraculous move. It didn't have any superfluous means, but it gave off a feeling of endless vicissitudes. This move was not any kind of move, but it contained all his understanding of martial arts, reaching the point where no move was better than any move. And suddenly, a huge ferocious beast jumped out of Yi Shiwen's body. It raised its claw and blocked the sneak attack of the sword. Then, the claw counterattacked on the spot, attacking the chief elder of Cloud Ink City. It turned out to be an ancient martial art, but it did not belong to the kind of martial art that ordinary people knew. Instead, it was a kind of martial art of a primitive beast, and it was very exquisite. This puppet beast was not fabricated out of thin air, but it was modified according to the wild beast. Under this claw, it broke some and tore the sky. It was such an attack just now that made the chief elder of Cloud Ink City suffer a big loss twice. Bang! The sword aura instantly swept across the heaven and earth, and the chief elder of Cloud Ink City waved his sword to resist. There were stars everywhere, as if night had fallen, and only his sword light was flickering between the heaven and earth. This sword light shrouded Yi Shiwen, and instantly broke the claw of the wild beast. Clang! The sword and the wild beast collided directly, and both sides were evenly matched. In fact, the wild beast even had the upper hand. The hand of the chief elder of Cloud Ink City that was holding the sword trembled a little. In the fight just now, he was directly injured by the strange strength of the wild beast. The wild beast itself had infinite strength, and it could strike down the sun, moon, and stars. Not to mention, it had been modified countless times with excellent divine materials, which made it even more terrifying. The body of the wild beast was still releasing a kind of flame, as if it was going to jump out of its body. It was none other than the purple-green lotus flame. If one wanted to drive the wild beast, ordinary treasures and ordinary energy were completely useless, and it could only be possible by using such precious divine materials. At this moment, both of them did not hold back in their attacks because they could not hold back. They were facing an opponent of the same level, and it was a life and death battle, so how could they hold back? The energy waves that swept out directly annihilated countless barriers. The people outside the battlefield also felt that this attack was like the end of the world, and it almost scared them to death. They retreated repeatedly and hurriedly left Cloud Ink City. And in the battlefield, both sides had no intention of leaving. One wanted to protect the Kuenpeng, and the other came for the Kuenpeng. As expected, the battlefield was set in the city. Die. At this moment, the chief elder of Cloud Ink City could not care about Yi Shiwen anymore. He went all out and placed all his attention on the wild beast puppet in front of him. He knew that if he was distracted, it was very likely that he would be killed by this beast. On the contrary, as long as he killed this beast, then Yi Shiwen would not be a concern. In an instant, he had already distinguished between good and bad. His sword was like an antelope hanging its horn, and it slashed towards the wild beast puppet from the most impossible angle. There was almost no appearance of a sword technique, but it actually caused the heavens and the earth to tremble, and the laws of the heavens and the earth swooped down along with it. Such a scene was truly shocking. The desolate beast puppet was not to be trifled with. The desolate beast laws on its body were ignited, and they rushed out to evolve into a huge shadow that blocked the sword momentum of the Cloud Ink City's Grand Elder. Boom! Such a collision almost destroyed Cloud Ink City. If it was not for the support of many barriers in the city, it would probably be instantly razed to the ground. Many people in the city were fleeing out of the city in panic. Their strength was very weak, and they did not dare to go near it all. And Yi Shiwen had no intention of continuing to be entangled with him. Instead, he spread out his divine senses and took advantage of the fact that the barriers and arrays were completely shattered to find the whereabouts of the young Kunpeng. As expected, Yi Shiwen soon found the place where the young Kunpeng was imprisoned. In a secret chamber, when Yi Shiwen saw the miserable state of the young Kunpeng, he immediately became furious. Damn it! He rushed towards the secret chamber where the young Kunpeng was imprisoned. And at this moment, the chief elder of Cloud Ink City, who was being held back by the wild beast puppet, roared, "Stop him and kill him! I will share half of the Kunpeng's blood essence with you." Chapter 2539. Stop him and kill him. I will give you half of the Kunpeng's blood essence. The great elder of the Cloud Ink City roared anxiously when he saw Yi Shiwen was about to rescue the Kunpeng. He wanted to get rid of the wild beast puppet in front of him, but he couldn't. He didn't know what this wild beast puppet was made of, but it was terrifyingly tough. Both sides had fought for thousands of times in an instant, and each time was more terrifying than the last. However, no matter how terrifying his swordlight was, he couldn't break the wild beast puppet's defense. On the contrary, the situation began to favor the wild beast puppet gradually. It was a fighting machine, and there was only fighting in its mind. The aggressive were afraid of the reckless, and the reckless were afraid of the reckless. This wild beast puppet was reckless. It didn't even care if its body was damaged. This was something that even the great elder of the Cloud Ink City couldn't do. Therefore, the situation began to change to the wild beast puppet's advantage. "No, we want 3/4. An old voice came from the void. "Okay, 3/4. You have to kill him. If you can't kill him, don't even think about getting what you want." The great elder of the Cloud Ink City bellowed furiously, as if he was bargaining. Just at this instant, another large piece of flesh was ripped off from the clone. It seemed that he could recover quickly every time, but it consumed a lot of his life force. It was impossible to revive on the spot without paying a price. Every time a large piece of flesh was scratched off, it was equivalent to consuming hundreds of years of cultivation. Such a loss was so great that he wanted to cry and faint in the toilet. Therefore, deities of the same level rarely fought to the death because such a loss was so great that they couldn't accept it. Yi Shiwen suddenly moved hundreds of miles away vigilantly. Boom! The place where he stood just now had completely turned into nothingness. The space seemed to have been attacked by a terrifying force and was completely crystallized. The whole scene was shocking. Many experts in the distance couldn't help but gasp when they saw the scene. There was actually such an expert hidden among them. Many people finally understood why Cloud Ink City was so unyielding this time and wouldn't compromise no matter what. Originally, everyone thought that Cloud Ink City was being careless this time. They didn't expect that there was actually such an expert hidden among them. Moreover, it sounded like there was more than one of them. If that was the case, then perhaps Cloud Ink City might really be able to protect the rock. The void distorted violently, and 5 figures slowly appeared in front of the crowd. Among them, there were 2 men and 2 women. There was also an incomparably huge, ferocious beast, the golden-winged sky howling lion. It was another terrifying, ferocious beast bloodline. Of the 2 men, one was an elderly man dressed in black, and the other was a middle-aged man dressed in black. The 2 women were an old woman and a charming young woman. But without exception, all 5 of them exuded an extremely terrifying aura. The pinnacle of the Sage Plain. They were both at the pinnacle of the Sage Plain. Everyone was about to go crazy. Although they had guessed that Cloud Ink City might have found reinforcements, they had never imagined that they would find so many people at the peak of the Sage Plain. Usually, one sage at the pinnacle of the Sage Plain was enough to rule over an area. If 2 appeared, the force would be considered powerful. But with so many of them appearing, it was simply crazy. No wonder Cloud Ink City is so confident. So it turns out that they've secretly invited so many experts to join them. No wonder. This violet-clothed puppeteer is going to be in big trouble. In an instant, everyone had changed from looking favorably upon Yi Shiwen to looking favorably upon Cloud Ink City. No matter how formidable Yi Shiwen was, he was still far from being able to compare with 5 experts at the pinnacle of the Sage Plane. Moreover, they were able to discern that besides puppets, Yi Shiwen was probably really unable to go against experts at the pinnacle of the Sage Plane. Humph, you can't even deal with a junior like this. You're really getting worse and worse. The old woman held a walking stick in her hand and pointed at Yi Shiwen with a disdainful smile on her face. The old woman's aura was the strongest, or it could be said that it was the one that emanated the most. However, Yi Shiwen felt that the most terrifying amongst them was probably the golden-winged sky howling lion. Although it stood steadily without moving, it emanated a type of terrifying might. What nonsense are you spouting? So long as I kill him, I'll absolutely not go back on my word for 3/4 of the rock's blood essence. The Grand Elder of Cloud Ink City grunted coldly, but he was unable to say anything. Even if he said that this kid was cunning and difficult to deal with, no one would believe him, and it would only be taken as an excuse. Hee, that's good. The old woman looked at Yi Shiwen greedily as if she was looking at a peerless treasure. Old witch, it's not too late for you to retreat now. It's not your fault that you're ugly, but it's your problem that you came out to scare others. Yi Shiwen didn't panic, and he spoke casually instead. However, what he said caused the old woman to fly into a rage. Her face was already covered in wrinkles, so when she flew into a rage now, it was even more unsightly to the extreme. What did you say? The old woman instantly pointed her crutch at Yi Shiwen, and a frightening black gas violently shot out. It grew bigger and bigger, just like a pillar of gas, and directly blasted towards Yi Shiwen. It passed through Yi Shiwen's body, but failed to injure him. The old woman flew into a rage. Ever since she started cultivating, she had never encountered such humiliation. Although she was naturally very ugly, she had a powerful cultivation, and there were many people who were willing to flatter her. She had at least 8,000 male pets, if not 10,000, especially when she had cultivated to the peak of the sage realm. No one dared to call her an old witch to her face, let alone say that she was ugly so directly. She had been flattered to the point that she didn't bother to transform into a beauty, and she even somewhat forgot that she was actually extremely ugly. Now that Yi Shiwen had torn open her bloody wound, she was extremely angry. Hee, little brother, if you don't like this ugly monster, why don't you come with me? You are so handsome. I will definitely take good care of you. The charming woman giggled. Her huge breasts trembled unceasingly. It was as if she had some sort of magical power, causing many of the men present to gulp down a mouthful of saliva. Only then did they realize that they seemed to have fallen under the charm technique. Otherwise, with the status of these people, it could be said that each of them was a prominent figure in a region, and they had seen all kinds of women. How could it be so easy for them to have feelings for each other? However, this charm technique had no effect on Yi Shiwen. His eyes were cold, and there were no ripples in them. This level of mental interference was not able to move him at all. What did you say? The crone suddenly flew into a rage, and she almost started fighting with the charming woman. She was born extremely ugly, so she hated these gorgeous women the most. In her life, she had lost count of how many little vixens she had killed in her eyes. If it wasn't for the fact that the charming woman's strength was not inferior to hers, she would have crushed this vixen to death right there and then. What are you arguing about? Kill this guy first. Getting the Kuanping blood essence is the way to go. Do you want to wait until the others rush over and fight with them for it? At that moment, the golden-winged sky howling lion spoke. As soon as it spoke, all 4 of them quieted down. It was obvious that among the 4, this golden-winged sky howling lion was the strongest. All right, let me do it. I'm going to break this brat's head. The crone roared and suddenly attacked Yi Shiwen. For her, Yi Shiwen had already touched her bottom line, and she could not tolerate it. The peak of the sage realm was the peak of the sage realm, and her dignity could not be violated. The crutch in the crone's hand instantly rushed over, turning into a black snake, directly pointing at Yi Shiwen at extreme speed. The crutch was no ordinary item either. It was a dusk snake with the bloodline of a primordial beast that she had slain. Its cultivation base had already reached an extremely high level, but he had killed it and refined it into a high-grade god weapon, granting it boundless power. The mysterious snake opened its bloody mouth, wanting to swallow Yi Shiwen. Clang! A blood-colored sword aura shot out from Yi Shiwen's hand, breaking through the air. The world shook violently. Uft! The mysterious snake was destroyed in an instant, and the blood-colored sword aura did not stop at all, directly striking at the crone. Clang! The crone raised her crutch and barely managed to disperse the sword aura, but she was also frightened to the point of breaking out in a cold sweat. This sword chi was simply unreasonably strong. It was actually able to completely break through her attack. Although she did not use her full strength just now, even so, with her strength, her attack was actually broken by an imperishable realm expert. It was simply inconceivable. After all, there was an entire realm difference between them. They did not notice that Yi Shiwen's whole arm was also trembling. This sword aura naturally did not appear out of thin air, but the sword aura of the Sword of Avicii. He was currently far from being able to completely control the Sword of Avicii, but he came up with another way. He used Tianyuan Mirror to extract the sword of the Sword of Avicii and then burst it out. In this way, the power of the Sword of Avicii would be a lot less, but it would not be too much after one attack. But similarly, the sword aura of the Sword of Avicii passed through his body, causing great damage to the body. If it were an ordinary peak of the eternal realm, the sword aura of this sword would be enough to directly blow up his arm into a bloody mist, not to mention using it for a long time. Only Yi Shiwen, who relied on the gilded tyrant form and the phoenix regeneration technique, dared to use it, but the effect was amazing. It was a fatal threat to the invincible masters at the peak of the sage realm. If the crone had not reacted in time, it was likely that she would have been cut in half by the sword aura of the Sword of Avicii. It was already far beyond the power of ordinary top-grade divine weapons, and even the Dharma roulette could not compare to the Sword of Avicii. Chapter 2540. Yi Shiwen didn't doubt that he could seriously injure, or even kill one of them if he used the Infinite Pain sword's main body. However, that would consume too much of his energy. After all, there were 5 of them. It wasn't as simple as just one. As such, he chose to only guide the sword chi to fight. However, that attack had injured his meridians. The sword chi of the Sword of Avicii was too overbearing. However, if it was not overbearing, it would not have been able to pose a threat to someone at the peak of the sage plane. But after thinking about it again and again, he still chose the sky-splitting sword. It appeared in his hand, and he looked at them coldly. The 5 masters at the peak of the eternal realm were not ordinary. In his hand, the only remaining purple lotus flame appeared in his hand, and he swallowed it directly. Boom! His body seemed to be burning with this kind of flame. It seeped out from every pore of his body and burned every cell in his body, wanting to burn his cells alive. Yi Shiwen could only run the Phoenix regeneration technique and observing person scripture to turn the purple lotus flame into energy. Otherwise, although the cost of using the Sword of Avicii was much lower than the Sword of Avicii, it was not enough to fight for a long time. The purple lotus flame was extremely precious and hard to come by. Yi Shiwen did not want to use it like this, but at this time he had no other choice. Do you think that you can defeat me just because you are at the peak of the sage realm? Let's fight together, don't waste time. On Yi Shiwen's body, a seal word suddenly appeared, forcibly sealing the energy of the purple lotus flame in his body, so that it would not leak out. Yi Shiwen did not look like he was splashing fire everywhere. Arrogant, if I want to deal with you, I alone am enough. The old woman shouted. Just now, she was caught off guard by Yi Shiwen's sword of Avicii. In her opinion, she was tricked. How could she let it go? Then let's try. Yi Shiwen sneered. His body moved, and above the sky, Tianyuan mirror flew out, and the sword of Avicii spread out from it, spreading in all directions. The terrifying sword Qi was about to turn the world into a hell of Avicii. The wind blew, and it seemed that everyone could see a hell slowly rising from the ground. Everyone could see countless people howling in pain in hell. They kept screaming in pain, trying to break free, but they were trapped within. This was the projection of an entire plane, and its power seemed to surpass that of an ordinary divine kingdom. Within Ink Cloud City, countless ancient barriers and formations were recovering, yet they were instantly obliterated by the Avicii sword Qi, and it could be said to have suffered heavy losses. Everyone retreated again and again, retreating over 1,000 miles in a row. They didn't dare to get any closer. In a battle like this, even if they were 1,000 miles away, it wouldn't be safe, not to mention that the Avicii hell was still spreading. A flame seemed to be flickering in Yi Shiwen's eyes. He didn't even need to stimulate the Avicii sword. After all, the Avicii sword itself was enough to create such an amazing phenomenon as long as he didn't suppress it. The old woman's expression immediately changed. This was an astonishing amount of sword Qi. Just now, she had only encountered one of them, and she was already in a miserable state. Now, there were so many of them. What kind of treasured sword is sealed in his body? The old woman's voice trembled a little. She wasn't frightened by Yi Shiwen, but by the Avicii sword on his body. At this point, perhaps everyone knew that Yi Shiwen had a treasured sword on him. Just the sword Qi alone was already so amazing. If the real body came, wouldn't he be able to slash them to death? Many people couldn't help but swallow a mouthful of saliva as they looked at the boundless Avicii hell that was descending. The world seemed to be destroyed, and the infinite power was boiling. Countless Avicii sword Qi transformed into the Avicii hell, creating a shocking scene. The old woman had never seen such a terrifying and amazing magic weapon. It was already beyond her understanding. Boom! She almost felt that the world was collapsing, and the infinite and violent power was suppressing her, making her body unable to move. It seemed as if her whole body was being crushed by the Avicii sword Qi. Clang! Yi Shiwen's momentum was brewing to the extreme, and he finally made his move. A long roar sounded in the sky, like thousands of heavenly dragons roaring together, and the sword light swept down. The blood-colored sword Qi brought a blood-colored beam of light in the sky through the sky-splitting sword. It slashed down hard, cutting the world into two halves, tilting to both sides. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked and could not believe it. Everyone's hearts stopped beating. They seemed to know that they might be witnessing history today. No one had ever been able to do it. An imperishable realm cultivator killing a sage realm cultivator at the peak. Such a battle record seemed to be back in the mythological era. All of a sudden, the battle seemed to have turned around. The world roared under this power, and even the old woman felt how terrifying that sword Qi was. It was enough to pose a fatal threat to her. She roared, "Don't be too arrogant, kid. Do you really think that's all I have?" Countless black auras surged from the old woman's body, directly turning into a pitch-black, mysterious snake, wrapping her in it. It was as if an ancient beast had been resurrected in the sky. Moreover, it was not an illusion, but a physical one. Many people were shocked. This old granny actually refined even the flesh of an ancient, vicious beast. This kind of ferocious beast was the most difficult to refine. It had a powerful bloodline. Even if it was defeated, it was not impossible to refine it into a magic tool. But to refine its body to this state, it was indeed very few people could do it. How many years had this old woman refined it? It might have been more than 100,000 years to be able to do this. Break for me. The Xian snake wrapped around the old woman and charged forward. intending to fight against the blood-colored sword Qi. Boom! This was the most shocking collision. The mysterious serpent's body was already unbelievably strong, and after 100,000 years of refinement, it had reached great heights. Endless energy spread out, forming a terrifying energy storm. God knew how many barriers and matrices were destroyed. If this continued, the entire clouding city would definitely be reduced to ashes. There was no other possibility. Yi Shiwen was not surprised. Even he had such a means, let alone the old woman, who had cultivated to the peak of the sage realm. How could she not have some trump cards? The collision between the two sides was simply a lose-lose situation. Yi Shiwen's sword Qi collapsed inch by inch, but cracks also appeared on the body of the mysterious snake. The old woman's eyes were wide open. How long had she refined the mysterious snake to be able to have such power? Yet it was actually cracked by a single sword strike. Little B asterisk starred, "I want you dead." The old woman's eyes were about to shed tears of blood. In order to deal with a junior, she had paid such a high price, which was something she had not expected. The mysterious snake was in the air like a dragon. It let out a loud roar and pounced on Yi Shiwen. Again, Yi Shiwen said coldly, dragging the sky-breaking sword. He knew best that a crack had also appeared on the sky-breaking sword. The quality of the sky-breaking sword was almost comparable to that of a top-grade divine artifact, but it was already very difficult for it to withstand the Avicii sword Qi. Such a collision was enough to damage it. If this continued, Yi Shiwen was afraid that the sky-breaking sword would disintegrate on its own after the battle. However, he did not have much time to think at that moment. If he did not kill these people, it would be a delusion to want to take the Kunpeng away. The massive amount of magical power in his body had been replenished by the purple lotus flame in an instant. Without the purple lotus flame to replenish it, he would not have dared to fight like this. Clang! Another shocking blood-colored sword Qi slashed horizontally in the air, slashing at the mysterious snake that was pouncing on him. Rumble! The collision between the two sides was even more shocking than before, and the power was also greater. There was a moment of silence. Wherever the energy passed, space was shattered, and even sound could not be transmitted. Then, everyone heard mysterious snake roar angrily. There was a huge crack on his body, and blood kept spurting out. It was obvious that he had suffered a great loss in the collision. On the other side, Yi Shiwen was not much better off. He was directly sent flying. He was able to fight against the peak of the sage realm only because of the Avicii sword Qi. He had not reached that level yet, so he was at a disadvantage. However, he did not suffer much. After all, his physical body that was comparable to a top-grade divine artifact was not to be trifled with. Again, Yi Shiwen let out another long and loud roar. It sounded like the roar of a heavenly dragon, and the blood-red sword Qi shot out. The might of the sword Qi had reached a terrifying extent under the enhancement of the Avicii hell. It was only a projection, but it had already affected the world here. Bang! Yi Shiwen was quick to react. Light wings unfolded behind him and ruthlessly hacked at Mysterious Snake's body. This time, Mysterious Snake let out a blood-curdling scream as he was sent flying. He had relied on his own body to resist the Avicii sword Qi's invasion. Even Yi Shiwen's body couldn't withstand the Avicii sword Qi, let alone him. Again! Bang! Again! Bang! Yi Shiwen kept slashing at the blood-colored sword Qi. In an instant he had slashed out hundreds of times, and the mysterious snake was directly sent flying. Boom! With a loud sound, the mysterious snake, which had been extremely ferocious just a moment ago, was now screaming in pain. Its physical body was blown into powder in the air, revealing the old woman's body. At that moment, the old woman's face was already pale. She had never expected Yi Shiwen to be able to split her mysterious snake apart. He was a monster. Even when she fought with experts at the peak of the Sage Realm, No one could do this. Moreover, the mysterious snake was closely related to her life. When the mysterious snake was destroyed, she was also seriously injured.